Uh-oh. Oh no. Mutate.
There we go. There we go. It's working now.
You have
Every
like one
time.
job. That's not true. You have a lot.
It's just because it's this one show that I have to log the voice changer in every single time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So that's a thing. Right. Hi. Welcome back to Roll4It. We figured you can just get to play some lovely tabletop RPGs and forget voice changes. Anyway, yes, we're Roll4It. We make silly role-playing content. We also have some announcements. So we'll start off today with Kirby being our supporter. So thank you very much, Kirby, for making it possible to pay the majority of the cast cost. That is always a bit of a tongue twister. I've done very well on that up until now. Thank you for making it possible to pay the majority of the cast cost. Thank you very much. What other announcements do we have other than the big one?
Well, we have a poster out.
Oh yeah, we've got a mass poster. Bentham, talk about
really
it.
Cool. It's a poster with all of the characters on it that you can use as a desktop wallpaper if you like. It's really cool. You can get it on the Patreon at any tier.
There you go. If you're on the Patreon, go get it.
Also, there's a poll for this show that is currently live about secret behind-the-scenes things that certain villains might be doing.
Okay, you are saying that they are villains.
Hey, she's just trying to help.
It doesn't specifically mention villains.
No, it does not. It just says people.
Yeah. Villains are people too.
It implies villains, though. The options are various villainous-ish sounding things.
Hey, those banks needed to get robbed.
I need to rob the bank so I could do my research. It's gonna change the world.
Exactly. Anyway, so yeah, you should go check out that poll.
Build you a rocket so that you could fly.
And that's how Maggie funds her Kirby craft.
Spark has never done anything wrong in her life, ever.
Did you watch last episode, Lauren?
No, I was in it.
Right. And then, of course, we have one big announcement, which you may have heard partly about yesterday. But with the final episode of Vampire the Masquerade coming up next Saturday, we can announce that we are having a Game of Thrones show starting on the 4th of May, and the cast is going to be excessive. It's going to be GM'd by myself. It's going to be Miss Magitech, Little Red Dot, the Bubbernaut, and Mathis, with guests Margaret Crone, Gaming FTL, and Bentham Plays.
Hey.
Hi there, everyone.
Hey.
Yeah, we tested out this thing where having guests worked really well, especially for that Saturday cast. And so we're like, we're just going to keep going.
And also because a number of them have things they're off doing or whatever over the summer. So Vampire the Masquerade might return, World of Darkness probably will return, but for a short break, we are going to be playing a Game of Thrones campaign set in the Riverlands. Game of Thrones Riverlands is the name of the show. It'll be starting on the 4th, normal Saturday slot. Feel free to check it out. The Game of Thrones Song of Ice and Fire system.
I used that a long time ago.
I
don't remember anything about it.
Bad.
I actually quite like the look of it. It's got some interesting.
It's very deadly.
It's quite deadly, and it's totally imbalanced. Me and Bentham had to rewrite the balance.
We've done a lot of homebrewing. Last night we were producing like big charts of damage against various armors. We did the color, like the color scale stuff on it to be like, yes, this area is red and this is green.
Yeah. We also took 3 characters.
I might have broken the game. So
yeah, Maggie broke the game.
Maggie made a character no one could land hits on.
We also decided the most OP character carries 2 tower shields, has acrobatic defense because it doesn't not stack with shields, and then basically runs around punching people with shields in like a little testudo by themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just form a cylinder and dance around and avoid all hits.
I suggested rolling, but yeah.
Oh yeah, go on your side and roll.
That balance PDF thing will go up on the Patreon at some point. It's just here are the rules that need to be changed. So I hope people will enjoy that. Yeah, right. So that's it for the announcements, I think. Right?
I think so.
Okay. In which case, shilling. Hi, welcome to Roll4It. We do things and make it possible by the generosity of everyone at home, or not at home. You could be watching this at work. I think a number of people listen to it on the way to work. So hi, if you're listening to this from your mode of transportation, hi. They can listen to it on the way to work, partly because at the $1 tier and above on the Patreon, you get access to MP3s of the show. You also get access to our Discord. $5 tier and above, you get access to our lovely after shows where we talk about a lot of bollocks, sometimes about the show, and surprisingly about level up things, moves. Oh, that reminds me, I haven't got picked mine for today. Also, there's stuff like polls that you can vote in at the higher tiers, and posters that everyone gets, and cool things like, for instance, at the really high tier, legend tier, you get to take part in a one-shot GM by a member of the Roll4It cast. We have one coming up this month, do we, Bentham?
We do. It's GM by Bubbett's Pathfinder. The continuing from the one-shot previously because it's become a two-shot.
There you go. That's the first two-shot I think we've had. You can also subscribe on Twitch and help support us that way. You get access to lovely emotes, also get access to Discord. Seriously, the Discord's pretty great. You should check that out. And you can have a look at the VODs for the go on YouTube, which only takes about 24 hours to process. In addition, bits and tips. Thank you very much for the demonstration right there, Shadak. There we go. Which go into a little pot down there, and then physics happens. Also, if you want to support, you can just tell people about the show, tweet about the show, share like announcements such as the Game of Thrones announcement we just put up, which actually looks really badass. It's one of my favorite announcements so far. So yeah, definitely help that way. Like, I know people are like, it doesn't really help. It's like, actually, that really does help. So if you do like the retweeting or telling people about things or sharing it in Reddits or whatever, that is actually really helpful.
If you haven't already.
Or do the follows. Oh, and do the follows. Why not? And do the follows. It makes Maggie happy at the end of the month when we go through stats. It does, actually. She gets really happy. Right. I believe that's it for the shilling. So with that said, Lauren, what happened last time?
I feel like maybe I should just get each of you to like try and defend yourselves about
Last
what you
time on Mass Storm Force.
So previously on Stormforce, they got into trouble, and now there's more trouble. That's the TLDW. But a little bit more detail if you would like some. They started out by monitoring, by they I mean Spark, figured out how to monitor the dreams of Miranda, who talked to, I missed a section, it's fine, we'll backtrack, who talked to Seneca, the woman who can travel through dreams, or at least appear in your dreams, the woman of your dreams, and also probably put people to sleep and possibly control you while you are asleep. It's unclear exactly what she can do. She offered to help Burnout. Burnout has already turned her down, so she's hoping, I don't know, maybe someone else could be persuaded to work with her. And there seems to be some conflicting opinions about her potential motivations and morals, or whether or not they should work with her. It's interesting. There's some disagreement. Before that, Frey talked to his good mentor. That's not a good mentor. It's a very bad mentor. Clairvoyance, who did reveal to him that she at one point traded her real human eye for a mystical, magical eye of some kind that allows her to see the past, present, and future. It's very Odin-esque. And offered that all he needs to do is give up his eye, and he too can gain said power. And then she threatened to kill him if he told anyone what she really looked like, because she's a great mentor. But she answered some questions. There was a lot of confusion about what it means to be grounded. And Spark decided to throw a birthday party for Miranda. There were a few more conversations about just in general between the characters about Seneca and about what it means to be grounded and about the fuck-ups that they had the previous week. And so then they had the birthday party. But they had only asked Spark's dad for permission and not Spark's mom. And so through convenience of plot devices, Spark's mom showed up while they were hosting said party. And they were unable to cover all of the tracks of said party because of, for example, the car that was parked out front when all of them just teleported or ran away. My favorite part was when
Yeah,
Skip.
we forgot the car was in the parking lot.
I think my favorite part was when Spark just looked at her mom and went, "Happy birthday!" and then Skip vomited confetti. Needless to say, Esmeralda Fisher was less than pleased with her daughter and gave her a talking to, and Spark stormed out of the house and flew away on her robot dog. Which was also the first that her mom knew that this dog was, in fact, a robot dog. And I think that is a solid summary of what happened in the last episode. So where does that bring us to? Well, I believe at the Storm Fortress is Miranda and Liam. They were there post birthday party. Miranda had done a lot of yelling at Liam about him using his powers and how that had consequences and that she didn't like those consequences, and it totally wasn't his choice to accept those consequences. He should feel bad for doing that. Then they received a ping on their watch, and whereas Frey and Spark are in the Honda Fit, because I think Frey realized that he left the car and went back for it, or I don't remember exactly what happened, but at one point he picked up the car, and Spark flies in with her dog through the sunroof, and there in the vehicle, Frey may or may not have given helpful advice to Spark. I'm not sure.
Tried to, I remember.
I think he tried to. I'm looking at the most recent roll, which
It's fair. Frey is very trying.
He's
So
successful.
the answer was probably he tried to, and it didn't go very well. So with that, all of them receive a ping on their watch. It is the little I don't know. That's the theme song, right?
No, I think he successfully rolled for that. Those last rolls, I think, are from our ends of sessions.
I don't think so, because that one that you rolled is your complete and utter failure to convince your mother that nothing was going on.
Oh, yeah.
And then you resisted the influence. Then we had a couple of rolls. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that was a fail on Frey. I think he tried, and he thought about spending team selfishly, but I think I said he probably couldn't. Or you had no team at that point. I'm not sure. Anyway, for anyone who is curious, we're using the Masks RPG from Magpie Games, and it is essentially an RPG designed around Powered by the Apocalypse systems, but specifically for playing as teenage superheroes with lots and lots of emotion. So all of you get on your magical watches.
I'm telling EE to change the music.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm waiting for the intro to stop, so that then the music's going to change.
Oh, okay.
So all of you have these watches that Spark had designed for you that give you information about what's happening in the city. And you receive a ping on your watch, and it pops up and goes, boop, boop, incident occurring. And the readout of information for all of you in the locations that you're in gives you the location as Tassler Auto. It is a factory in kind of the edge of the city, in the sort of industrial neighborhood. And it reads out as individuals or civilians are trapped inside, and it is unclear exactly what is happening inside, but there have been attempts to contact or receive alert emergency services of some kind, which I guess is mostly just superhero teams, and it's sudden and it hasn't really been working. No one, the communications seem to be a little bit spotty. No one's able to get clear information about what's going on inside. And that is what you have. That's the information that you have.
I guess I'll ping everybody on the watch. I'm like, everyone get that? I think we should go.
I'm already getting up and making for the door, okay, where are you?
I look at the streets. I say where we are.
Do we want to meet up as a group, or just get there as fast as possible?
Probably just get there as fast as we can.
I fly.
Okay.
I'm like, we can make her run away, and then Miranda goes out the window I'll run.
So Liam, you were still in your room, and you just see like Miranda blasting past your window, the streak of blue and magic through the sky. Are you so Miranda, are you trying to get there extremely quickly or just quickly?
Yeah, I'll try and get there extremely quickly.
Okay. So that'll be an unleash your powers. Burnout, are you gonna run like a normal human or are you gonna use your power?
Gonna run a bit fast. I'll work out where I am relative
I'm gonna
to
run a bit fast.
car. Like relative to the car and stuff. It's like can I arrive at the same time as them, or am I gonna
I
be
think what she's
behind them?
asking is, are you gonna unleash your powers or not?
You want to run the
Well,
same
it's
speed as the
unleash your
car.
powers, or are you gonna use your ability?
Oh yeah, your super
Your
strength
doom sign.
or agility.
Like if you use your doom sign, you'll be the first one on the scene. If you unleash your powers, basically anyone who tries to unleash their powers can get there at the same time. I'm essentially considering this who's on the scene first. So Miranda had a partial success, so she'll show up early, and so unless you use your doom sign, you'll either
Never
show
mind, I take it back. She wants to know if you're gonna
Correct.
roll that doom.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
I
do it.
want to know if you're taking your doom or
She's
not.
like, oh, would you like to spend some more doom? Would you? Hmm?
Yeah, I
Well,
don't like
maybe-
paying to
maybe
go on the
what's going on
underground.
here.
It's expensive these days. I'm going to kill myself early in life because I can't pay $2.40.
I'm pretty sure my entire job as the GM in relationship to the doom is just to tempt them into using doom.
No, he's not using Doom yet. There's nothing
for
like
sure.
critical happening.
I
Are
was
you
just.
are you going to unleash your powers, or are you just gonna get there
I'll
quickly?
use powers to run fast.
Okay. So I'll have, and I just want to know what everyone's doing, and then we'll finish resolving what that all looks like. Frey, you were the one in charge of the vehicle, although Spark is there with you.
Yeah.
I will say you're all roughly approximately the same distance away, just in different directions. Because it's at like the edge of the city, and it like works out to be a triangle. What are you gonna do, Frey?
Can I look at Spark? I'm like, hit the sirens.
Oh, okay.
I-
I am ready. Did Skip? I think he landed on the roof.
Yeah.
No, he might have.
No, he
climbed
came
inside.
into the
So he
sunroof and he was sitting in the car.
yeah,
Across
he
someone's
climbs out
lap. Yeah.
and he like sticks his head out of the sunroof, and he opens his mouth, and just like a siren sound comes out, and his eyes flash red and blue, and it's just like, wee 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 wee.
Perfect.
Someone make a looping video of that.
Anything else that you're gonna do, or do you just drive normally?
I think it would be anticlimactic to drive normally after that. So Frey's gonna
Also,
do that.
we looked up gifs of dogs making siren sounds out windows, and it is a real thing.
Yep.
I
Yep.
didn't know
It's
that.
really cute. It's really cute.
Gonna drive fast.
Okay. How fast is fast?
Quite.
Are you unleashing your precog powers?
Yeah. This is the question that I ask. Like, how quickly are you trying to get
Oh.
there?
I hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah. Have that.
I do have that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, let's
Cool.
do it.
Okay. All right. So we started with Miranda. Miranda streaks across the sky. So with a 7 to 9, it's unstable or temporary. You're gonna get there. I mean, if everyone who succeeds on unleashing their powers will get there at the same time. I think my inclination is to say that you probably take a condition, because of just the current state of feeling and how little you got from Liam. Like, you're choosing to leave him behind. You're not even offering to go with him. You're just like separating yourself out from the team.
Guilty?
Yeah, I think that's what I would go for.
Miranda's go-to is either guilty or insecure, really.
So you streak off, and like there's maybe this briefest of moments where you look through the window and you see like Liam like looking through his window at you, and like you kind of make eye contact, but you're moving too quickly, and there's just like, oh, we're supposed to be a team, and I just disappeared.
And then I'm like too busy with my thoughts and I look forwards too late and bird strike.
Yep, and then you hit birds again.
Yep. It's really awkward.
There's a lot of flocks of birds in the city of Gale.
No
Not
breaks were
anymore.
harmed in the making of this show.
Liam, you see this happen. You see Miranda disappear. You exit the building the way a normal person like lock behind you, and then kind of get in the street. And you are pushing yourself. Kind of, I think your intention, right, is to like push yourself as far as you can without tipping over that balance, without like giving up some of who you are to your doom. So go ahead and roll me and unleash your powers.
Okay.
Unless you have something else you're using.
Oh, there's anything else to use? Oh, nice, 14.
You
Kapow!
are Superman fast at this point. Like you have, in fact, maybe never gone this fast before. And you've marked 2 doom signs, right? You filled up your track once, and then you have the one from the beginning.
Yeah.
I think you have this sense of being a little bit more powerful than you were before. And maybe there's a little bit of an edge to it that is unnerving because you know where that power has come from. But you're kind of getting like the feel of what it means to have super strength and super speed that you can do these things with that are not intrinsically going to kill you. It feels real good. You get there first.
I've given more ground, and so I have more of that power.
Mm-hmm.
Just normally now.
Yeah. This doesn't hurt, but also emotionally it probably does. So I think you will probably get there first because that is an incredible success. Frey, you like get this and you realize, you've got to like turn here. You screech with the car. You hear the dog siren going wee, 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 with the eyes flashing red and blue.
Gonna get pulled over.
Sitting in the passenger seat. And you're trying to figure out what's the best way to get there.
Mm-hmm. Is that an unleash my powers?
Yes, and I think you can use your ability that says you can do it using superior, right? Because this is I would say this can be an intellectual problem.
Oh yeah. I forgot about the thing that I took. I was about to roll with. Never mind. Fine. I got a 9.
Your job is to remember your playbooks.
You've got this. You seem to have this in hand. It's fine.
Thanks. So, do you want to describe this, or do you want me to? As you, your like eyes probably dilate slightly. Maybe you don't blink.
Yeah, so from an outside perspective, you just see Frey hyper-focused, like knuckles a little bit whiter on the steering wheel as he accelerates, and then from Frey's perspective, you see the ghosts of cars and maybe like glowing lights from various turnoffs that like he interprets in specific ways for either like that's gonna be slower or
like a predictive algorithm.
Yeah.
And you just sort of like you merge before like a car merge. You're doing everything like at the perfect moment, as early as you could possibly do it.
Pretty much.
However, it is unstable or temporary. So I think slightly before you get there, you have overexerted the car. This is a Honda Fit. And you just go, and it stalls.
The car is guilty.
Do you want me to check that out?
How far are we? Can we just push it over to the side and leave it here while we go? I think that would be quicker.
I don't know, how far are we?
You will. So I'll say I had Miranda take a condition, so she'll go second. So Liam shows up first, then Miranda, and then the two of you.
No, I meant how far are we right
You're
now?
within like a quick run. Like you could get there in a minute or two. Like you're pretty close. It broke down.
Yeah, looks like we're pretty close. We could push it off to the side. Put it in neutral.
Yes, I will try. And push it. Yeah, it's like
Skip stops for a second and then like puts his head down. He's like, should I cease with the siren? Would you
Yeah,
like
you can
rocket
probably
assistance?
You could probably stop that now.
Okay. Oh, his eyes turn off.
Could be fun as we run down the street. But yeah. Okay. Spark, I'm going to need your help to push this thing. It's not very heavy. It's like a tin can, so it's fine.
Oh, come on, Skip.
Me and Skip are gonna go in the back and we're gonna push the car.
So between putting it in neutral, steering it to the side, you push the car. It sucks up some of your time. You also now have a broken down Honda Fit that you have to do something to. And you push it to the side of the road and then just like maybe scrawl a message being like BRB on the back of it. And you leave the car there and the two of you take off at a run. So Liam, you will arrive first on the scene. You kind of
I'm surprised.
barrel in as quickly as you can. And you stop. And in front of you is a factory building. You know that this is like a little bit of information probably comes on the readout. They assemble vehicles here. It's not like anything particularly spectacular or famous. I think this location probably would have a fence around it just because it's a large factory and there's a fence and you go in and there's a little bit of security, but it doesn't strike you as that sort of same level of security that you had at the lab that you've been to. That was in the other outskirts of the city. It's a big city. And you can't really see anything happening. Like from the outside, this whole place looks fine.
Where are the entrances, I guess?
There's a main entrance, and then there's probably like two entrances to the gate, like one in the front and one in the back. And then there's like a main entrance into the building that kind of would go into a little bit more of like the office-y sort of section. And then there's probably like a number of emergency exits around the sides.
I'm gonna start running up to like just like the main gate entrance while on the watch. Like, Miranda, where are you? Are you here yet?
Birds.
Oh, okay. I guess it's me then. And yeah, I'll go up to the gate, kind of like I haven't done this part before. And is there anyone at the gate, or is the gate closed or anything? Oh, you're muted.
You're muted.
No, it looks very deserted. Like there's really not a whole lot happening.
I'm gonna say there's not really any sign of anything happening here. I'm gonna approach more quietly. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
we
try
probably
and
don't
make
want
for the.
people. We probably don't want to scare them if there's hostages.
Oh yeah, it might be something like that. Okay, I make for the just the main entrance.
Okay, so you kind of go up to this main gate, and you would expect to see like some sort of security or something. I don't know. The gate's not particularly like scary or impressive. It's just there. There's no one in the building.
Can I get through the gate? Is it like locked or just on a latch or something?
It's locked. I mean, it's like an automatic gate, so it would open or close on a mechanism. You are probably strong enough that you could and like sort of tear the gate open, or leap it.
I'll probably just climb over. I'm no longer sort of like rushing because I'm just kind of wary of this is all very weird and not like the usual superhero situation I expect.
Yeah, you're so far you're used to like you show up and there's been an explosion happening and like there doesn't like from the outside everything seems kind of like, well, why are we even here? Like, but the thing is alerting you, being like, incident underway.
As I'm climbing, it's me like, do we know where the alert came from? What set it off? Just to everyone else. Nobody replies. I continue climbing the gate.
It's like, you take it kind of slow and steady. It's like a little bit slippery. It's clearly intended that you're not supposed to easily be able to climb this, but you're strong. You like squeeze these bars and like bend them enough to like give yourself these handholds and sort of make your way over the top. It's not fancy or impressive, but you don't trundle over this gate.
All right, then I'll make it to the door of the building.
Okay. I think probably right around the time you're getting to the door of the building, Miranda, you are above, so you're coming in from the air, so you've got kind of an aerial view of what's going on.
Anything I can see?
Again, for you, it seems all pretty quiet from the outside. There's no like people running around. There's not a whole lot that you can see going on.
It looks kind of deserted.
I'm gonna see if I can just sneak a look through the door and work out what's happening in there.
You okay? That seems kind of dangerous.
You see like one small figure walking across the like from the front gate to the main entrance.
I land next to Liam. 3-point landing.
So classy.
Oh yeah.
If you want, we can look through a window. Are there windows?
There probably are some windows into what you would interpret as being the more office sections of the building, but there wouldn't be any until like on the factory floor. So if you imagine maybe like the front of this building is like kind of more classic offices, and then behind that there's like an assembly facility. That's why they do like just-in-time production. So someone's like, "Oh, I want to buy this car," and they're like, "Bloop, bloop, 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 car."
Okay.
Did they have
That's
like skylights? Does it have skylights?
No, there'd be ventilation and like HVAC stuff on the roof, but no skylights.
We could sneak in through the vents.
Vents?
You haven't even gotten to the front door. You're like about to get to the front door.
Yeah, I'm just still walking
It's
to
a
the
door. I know what the problem is going to be. It's a door.
I'm just gonna see if I can like look through a crack and spot anything weird. And I'll walk up to the door.
Okay, you get up to the main entrance. And this is, again, the main entrance going into kind of this office section. So kind of that classic, like, glass doors on the front of an office building. But, like, that's that sort of sturdy glass, the sliding door kind. I think we can all kind of imagine what it is. And inside you sort of see a reception area. And go ahead and assess the situation for me, because you're kind of looking through these doors.
I'm bad at this. Let's see how it goes. I got a 1.
Potential!
Yay!
Yep, mark that potential. And you get up to it. The first thing that you notice, the door is locked. Like, it doesn't slide open automatically. There is a card reader to the side of some kind that would probably open if you had a correct card. Like, the little light is red right now. And you look through the reception and it's empty. There's no one in there. You don't notice anything else.
No sign of anything.
I could pop inside and have a look.
There's a bad guy there, and they're wearing a black cloak and a white suit. That's a reflection. Start hissing at them.
I could pop inside and have a look if you want.
All right. Is that a literal pop?
I'm gonna power up.
Okay. Roll plus your conditions.
Yay. Right, so basically roll, take a powerful blow. Full hit!
Full hit. Very nice.
3 burn. Oh yeah! I got lucky there. And I'm going to spend a burn to travel to any point within the scene. Can I just go to the factory floor?
I'm going to say no. Because I think...
You
Wanna
can't
read the
see it,
text.
so...
You don't have to see it with my one, you just have to be in the same scene as it.
Yeah. I will say the factory floor is probably, for the purposes of what's going on right now, not really the same scene. Because that will escalate.
I'm okay with escalation.
Oh dear.
Let me read it real fast. This one is move.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Here's the thing. It's not teleporting.
It's worded so that it could be, because you break through or slip past any barrier or straight in your way, spending a second to. It's effectively like it can be teleporting. It doesn't
It
specify.
doesn't sound like teleporting. It sounds like you like going through stuff or, like.
Sure.
opening-
Okay. I will phase through everything into the center as close as I can get.
Or crashing into it and breaking through it.
That is specified in a different move, so I kind of think that they're not going for that on this one.
Yeah, no, there is a distraction one.
Yeah, it's the
and that's why
transformed.
it says we're slipping past. So, yeah, you can. I think it's less teleporting because you have to physically like move the distance as opposed to like popping from one to the other, because that's more of the burnout, the doom sign one.
Okay.
But for the purposes of this, and that's why it's within the same scene, right? Because you can't.
Oh, okay.
not
But
just
there is if you spend
travel.
2 burn, then it is a teleport because you move to any place you've previously been, right?
Exactly.
Okay,
yeah.
so it basically goes from being a phase to a teleport, right?
And I mean, it also depends on how you flavored your Nova, because if you're like, oh, I'm just pure destruction, then you would probably just be charging through the building.
Yeah.
So you, okay, what does this look like? Describe it for me. And I'm going to say
She
you're moving
turns to like
too fast to really see anything that's going on.
Yeah. She turns to like a blue mist as it kind of pulls off her, and eventually there is nothing left except for this blue sparkly mist that just then goes through the door. Not through the gap, just straight through the door and then through everything as it just passes through.
And it sort of begins, I think you kind of maybe start slowly and then it just kind of accelerates.
Yeah.
And you don't really know where you're going is the thing, because you're just guessing. So what sort of logic would Miranda use to try and get to this, whatever location she's trying to get to?
Probably just the center of the big open room. That way she's not going to end up bumping into something when she reemerges.
Okay. We'll come back to that because I think we'll have to, it'll change some of the dynamics. So you kind of, whoosh, and you just sort of charge like straight directly through this building, and you wait maybe until you can perceive like the most open space before you kind of like your senses and rematerialize. And we'll come back to Miranda and where she is. Burnout, what do you do?
I stand awkwardly by this still closed door.
Cool.
And I'm like,
right?
Miranda's gone in. I can't follow.
Frey and Spark, you arrive at the front gate. Kind of just as Burnout saying that.
You know, I just kind of assumed that it was Clairvoyant sending us messages, but they're never signed Clairvoyant, so maybe we should check who we're getting these missions from. Anyway, we're here, so...
The missions?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like we're getting missions from a sentient watch, right?
Oh, it's because I hooked it up to the... Anyways, it doesn't matter.
I guess I'll ask about that later. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if we want to go through the HVAC, but we could try that.
There appear to be handholds molded into the gate.
You see like places where the wires, like the bars have just been sort of bent, and it's like, oh, that's actually probably a lot easier for you to climb now.
How are you at climbing?
Not the greatest, but I can try.
I can give you a boost.
Yeah, I'll probably do that.
Okay. So do you just like get on Skip's back?
Yeah.
And he's like rocket boots up and then sort of tumbles over the gate and then lands sort of precariously.
Bless you.
Thank you. I guess Gale City has a high pollen count today.
Frey, you get a text, bless you, signed Clairvoyant.
Can't even sneeze. I'm gonna climb over the gate and then like start jogging into the front room. Like, is there anything going on in there, Burnout?
Burnout's still at the front door.
I'm just on the watch side. I don't see anything. It's just empty. Miranda's going in to look inside.
Where there's literally no people around?
I didn't see any.
in this one room that you looked into. Yep, there are no people around.
Okay. I guess let's start exploring.
We can break in if we want. I just didn't want to wreck the door if this is the wrong place, which it might be at this point.
We can try to open the door.
If you could do something with the keycard thing, that'd be less messy.
Well, my key card's already used, but I can figure out something else.
I guess I'll go up to the door and I'll see what I can do.
Okay, so you and Frey meet up with Burnout right in front of this glass door leading into the building, into the reception area with no one in it. You see the key card. What approach do you want to take? Do you want to like hack the door, rewire it, try and fake a key card?
Probably rewire it.
Okay, so you kind of go in there, you like open up Skip and take out your tools.
And I guess I will roll my alien tech.
Well, so alien tech would be specifically creating a device that does something. So if you want the possibility of this, whatever you do to like kind of stick around and have another use, then you could do that. Alternatively, it would probably be directly engage a threat.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
You're doing it with Skip.
Yeah. Okay,
In
cool.
this case, the threat is the keypad.
And directly engage the threat is full danger.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm bad at danger.
I think for this
Could be
one,
freak because it's her freaky
Yeah,
powers.
I would let you roll it with freak instead.
Because it could be like an unleash your powers. Her power is to be super clever.
Okay, and then I will get my +1 for come on lucky from
Your assistance dog. Question.
13.
Nice. Did you decide to have Skip be an emotional support doggo?
I have him as comfort and support, engage a threat, and assess the situation.
I'm so excited to be comfort and support Skip.
That's okay. Can I get you a tissues? You need to clip that.
You're welcome. So yeah, you open up the side, you pull out your tools, and Skip like comes up and he sits down, and you kind of like he scans it and you get a readout and you pop the cover off. And do you want to finish describing it as you begin to hack this door so successful?
I take some of the tools out of Skip and then I'm like just messing with it, and you see like a variety. It's like that montage of variety of like facial expressions coming from Charlotte as she's doing this. And then all of a sudden it's like the aha moment, and she puts like two wires together and it makes like a little spark. And the door unlocks.
Is
that's exactly what your
Charlotte one of
parents
those
did.
people that sticks her tongue out slightly when she's thinking, like, or is it just Skip? So little green light flashes and the door now seems to have whatever scanner it was that was not working before, or whatever motion detector, and it just like as soon as someone walks in front of it, it goes whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
I'll step in.
Okay.
Step
so
out the other side, otherwise it'll chop you in half.
I don't think it's... Okay, fine. Good work, Skip. I walk in and take a look around.
Okay,
Hey,
so you all walk in. Nice job, Spark.
I made Skip.
I'm trying to think. So normally you would get to pick two things from it. I will say most of those things aren't relevant, but you can go ahead and add a team to the pool. And we'll take that as giving an opportunity to your allies in the future.
Yay!
Yay.
The opportunity is to enter the building.
Yeah, there's a future opportunity. So the three of you step into the door, into the reception area. And now the things that Burnout missed when he was looking through the glass door become a little bit more apparent. And like on the surface, you can tell that there is correct. There is no one in here, but there is some sort of sign of a struggle. the details and the nature of this struggle are difficult for you to know. And as soon as you step into the building, all of your watches go silent.
What does that mean?
Must
It means
have
we're gonna go to Miranda.
they must have some kind of communication blocker or something.
Like I said, it's gonna escalate. So Miranda, you're looking for like the biggest open space in your mind. This is probably going to be the factory floor.
Yep.
In your vapory form, phase through this entire building and sort of sense that you're kind of in the space that you were looking for and rematerialize. You're not like stuck in anything. And you get a very brief moment to look around you and sort of take in a few details. You are on the factory floor. There's clearly several lines, assembly lines. There are people around. Your watch stops working and a machine immediately points at you and a red light and a flashing alarm goes off. And what you would think is some sort of laser involved with assembling a vehicle is now firing at you. So what do you do?
Oh God. Okay. I probably. You know what? I made a promise last episode that I was going to not destroy things before I asked them to stand down. So Miranda's going to attempt to just weave and dodge while shouting, hi, I'm here to help. I'm a superhero. The rest of my team is outside. Could everyone who doesn't want to be arrested or possibly obliterated, depending on what happens, please leave?
Intruder alert.
Go ahead and directly engage a threat.
Oh
That's a miss.
no!
And the thing is, no one's here to help you.
I'm down for this. Bring it.
So, okay.
That combat music.
Selfishly spend.
Yeah, you sort of stand there and you are surprised for this moment and you start talking and you realize that there were multiple lasers pointed at you and I need you to roll to take a powerful blow. It goes,
It's a hit.
okay, so with a 7 to 9, you lash out verbally, or you give ground, or you struggle past the pain and mark 2 conditions.
Okay, I'm gonna mark.
2 conditions?
I don't think you can provoke a teammate because that's not an option here. You are on your own.
Okay, so it's give ground or mark 2 conditions?
Yeah, it's you give ground, your opposition gets an opportunity, or you struggle past the pain and mark 2 conditions.
I think I give ground. I think I get like cornered back like further and further as like I'm getting shot by a lot of things.
As these lasers are beginning to pummel you, you feel these sort of large metal like clamps sort of just grip a hold of you and kind of begin pulling you. And I think they just make a grip on you, and you are for a moment at the very least trapped as these large metallic gripping vice clamps are just starting to pull you apart. And you hear over this loudspeaker, "Intruder, intruder."
I'm gonna blow the clamps up.
Okay, how so?
I'm straight up gonna use my reality storm flare, and I'm gonna try and destroy the thing holding me.
Go ahead and roll.
Yep. This is gonna be fine. Spend the burn.
You did say you'd ask it to stand down before blowing everything up.
I did. I was being honest. That's a 9 to directly engage using my freak.
Cool. Yeah. So, all right, with a 7 to 9, pick one. Resist or avoid their blows, take something from them, create an opportunity, impress, surprise, or frighten.
I'm going for the delay while my team get here. So I'm gonna impress, surprise, or frighten. So like energy flares off.
Okay.
And I like muster up my best, I'm all powerful voice.
I am Tempest. You should fear me. Stand down. Stand down and Leave and be law-abiding.
So,
If you-
and as you do that, I think you do
Not
destroy
now.
some of these metal clamps that are holding onto you, right? They're still holding you, but you're kind of tearing away at this metal as you're sort of flaring up, trying to kind of impress or frighten this opposition. However, you cause unwanted collateral damage.
Oh, yeah.
And you really did not get a good look around here, and you don't know exactly what happened, but you hear a large clatter followed by a scream of a human in pain.
The voice cuts off immediately and goes, "Oh, sorry." I turn around.
There are people here, and they all have big pieces of machinery pointed at them, and you can tell as you look around that all of the factory workers are being held hostage in here.
Are they all in one area, or are they completely, like, everywhere?
They're like corralled in small groups throughout this factory. So we're going to leave Miranda for a moment, and we're going to go back to the other three.
Actually, before we cut back, can I just spend my final burn to do a moat on the biggest group?
No, not yet, because I'm not sure. You probably need to do at least an assess the situation to figure out exactly what's going on. Yeah, so we'll hold where you are, so you still have that burn. The other three of you, your watches have gone silent. You were standing in the reception.
If I go back out and I look at my watch, does it work again?
It does.
I walk back
You
in
realize
and I'm
as you look at it, you can't contact anyone in the building.
okay. I walk back in. I'm like,
It must be just some kind of force field within the building.
is in the reception area, is there a computer? Because usually there's like a computer at the
Oh,
I
sure,
guess-
there's a phone, there's a computer.
Spark's gonna go over to that computer and see if she can look at what else is going on here. Yeah.
You go in, you sign in. Like, you could definitely, like, you're smart enough to just break into the receptionist's account. Like, I don't think that's hard for you.
She used the same password. A lot of people put password in their password, and then they just look around and put a variety of letters or numbers or words around. I use lamp.
That would be a terrible idea.
Does Frey like pull out his cell phone and like update all of his passwords?
1, 2, 3, 4. Not a secure pin number.
Note to self. Note to self. Okay. So you break in, you get to the receptionist's account. Are you looking or trying to do anything in particular, Spark? Like, what are you looking for?
I guess I'm just looking to see basically if there's any other cameras in the building or what
You
they're
wanna try and
working on in here or any information, I
Take a little
guess.
Yeah, go
I'm
ahead
not
and give me
prepared
an
for this.
assess the situation. Let's do that.
Assess the situation. All right, let's see. And that is
Superior.
superior.
And if Skip can help you, does Skip help
Yeah,
you
I
with
can
this?
plug him in.
Okay, cool. So he plugs in and his eyes like do the weird
His tongue's plugged into the computer.
he sticks his tongue into the USB
Oh,
socket. Yeah, with a full hit. You can ask 2 questions if it's not one on the list that you want. You were trying to, so I'll start first with what you were trying to do, which is get some basic information. The first thing that you notice is as soon as you try and dig deeper into the security system, as far as you can tell, or into the kind of overall computer systems, the network, it is incredibly secured. There is something there that is like kind of almost blocking you, and it seems very reactive. Like you try something and it sort of immediately responds to that. And then it kind of seems to be compensating for it. So like whatever is in this computer system is particularly complex and also adaptive.
Okay. For questions. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead for the questions.
What here can I use to figure out where they're at?
So you do dig a little bit into, like, you can get some very basic security stuff. I'll say what you probably can't do is get like current feed, but you managed to find some like back end, like secondary storage of files that were from recently of whatever happened. And so you're able to see what this incident was that caused this signs of struggle here.
I think I found something. Come here.
What do you
They're
get?
all grouped around.
As you all group around and watch this, the first
Zoom
thing that you
nuts.
see is like a short clip from the factory floor, and you see like one of these machines that they use in the assembly line like starts going haywire and like firing like rivets at people, and like people are sort of ducking and screaming. And then you see like another short clip of a robot that is probably some sort of like cleaning facility, but it starts like attacking someone. And like grapples them. And you see people around the building getting dragged away and pulled into what you can interpret to be the main factory floor.
And we see this robot.
You see like
Um,
multiple of them. Like it's like, and you recognize them as they're basically like the sorts of robots that it's Gale City, it's the future. People have like fancy Roombas that provide janitorial services and stuff for them. They're supposed to be helpful robots that are like super useful. And
don't
they've
take you captive.
clearly done something they shouldn't be programmed
Okay.
for.
Well, something's made all these cleaning robots go crazy.
Yes.
I
Why?
guess my next question would be. Oh, go ahead, Josh. You were saying something.
No, I was just wondering why take a factory? Are they building something?
Maybe they're trying to build more robots? Build a robot army? That's what I would do.
Is it now?
I don't know,
I mean,
but
if
there's
I was
a
a
whole
robot
bunch-
that was trying to take over the world, yeah.
I see.
Well, there's a whole bunch of people in there, and so's Miranda. We need to find out where they are.
It's just like possible spark evil plans, like
Yep.
robot army to take over the world. Oh, okay. Keep my eye on.
I guess the next one would be, how could we best end this quickly?
Likely, Spark. You your best guess is that whatever this reactive responsive thing is that's in the computer system that's like kind of trying to fight you is likely the cause of these robots deciding to attack. And if you can shut that down or isolate it or do something to it, that is probably going to be the best way to end it. But it's unlikely to be able to do that from like this station. You're going to need more computing power than you would have. So you need to get to like a server room or something.
Okay.
I think we can make this happen, Frey. But the problem is that this computer is not going to be strong enough. I need to find more power. Maybe because whatever is causing this, we need to isolate it or stop it. Maybe they have a server room, or control room, or security room, somewhere with more PCs.
Okay. What?
Huh?
Huh? I hate to say this, but should we split up then? Because I don't think that's probably where Miranda's gone, right?
I can go check out the factory floor.
We won't have a way to talk to each other. I don't know
We
if
already
that's good.
don't. Miranda's in there. Someone needs to go. You can find the server room and hack it and do whatever that stuff is. I don't know how that stuff works.
Do the watches still tell the time?
Yes.
So if
But they won't automatically update. So if like daylight saving happens while you're in this building,
just on this one random day,
It's alright, we got
daylight
like a
saving.
month. We
we're
got a
gonna
month.
be an hour out. Damn it. Okay. How about if in 30 minutes we can't find something, or we meet back here?
All right, 30 minutes. I check the watch.
All right.
I set an alarm or set a timer for 30 minutes.
Oh yeah, if that's a function, I set an alarm.
okay.
All right. Good luck, Burnout.
All right, if you hear explosions, it's gone wrong. Come help.
Yep, will do. Stay safe.
And I'm gonna set off into the office area looking for a way to get through to the factory floor.
Okay. So
And
Burnout,
while he's running off and Frey is watching him, Spark is just like, "Ah."
just staring at Frey. So we just see
Frey's
Burnout running.
Burnout.
Frey staring at Burnout, Spark staring at Frey, Skip staring at Spark.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Meanwhile, on the factory floor, Miranda, here's the beautiful thing. So the phrase for when you enter battle against a dangerous foe as a team would suggest that we have not done that yet.
Nope.
Meaning that we cannot refill this lovely team pool that we have.
That's
so Miranda,
fine.
You made a choice, and I'm enjoying this. You are being held by these sort of large metal clamps, and you're kind of looking around the room and sort of frantically trying to figure out. It's hard. It's a large factory floor.
Am I still being held because I did the Unleash Your Powers and succeeded?
You chose to impress, surprise, or frighten.
Yes, I did. You're right.
As opposed to resist or avoid their blows. So you are still being held. It's like maybe temporary. They're no longer like doing the stretch, but they're just sort of restraining you. And you're kind of frantically looking around, trying to figure out like where the most people are or how these people are all spread out or grouped together. And it's hard. Like there's a lot of big pieces of equipment and machinery in the way. There's small groups and larger groups. There are people like hiding, and it's chaotic in here, but also surprisingly still. Because obviously all of these people have their lives immediately threatened. And you do turn around and you do look and you see a large piece of equipment that clearly had been severed by one of your sort of flares as you had been trying to restrain, had fallen and is like fallen on top of a woman, and her leg is probably crushed and she is starting to bleed.
Okay, can I assist the situation?
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
There is a woman. She's bleeding.
Okay.
There are robot arms. One of them is going to, another round of lasers are going to fire at you. What are you going to do?
I'm going to do moat. Create a barrier that will hold back threat as long as you keep your attention on it. And I'm going to do it around me.
Okay.
And I'm going to maintain that. And then I'm going to shout as I maintain that. There we go.
Let all the people go, and I will be your prisoner instead. You get this one chance, or I will destroy all of your machines.
Okay. And you hold this moat as the lasers fire against it, sort of
I
flickering
love how
away.
Miranda tries to be threatening, but everything she says just sounds so not threatening.
Right?
Stop. Fear me.
Right? It's like, oh, honey. The like people below, like you're kind of vaguely aware of what's happening with the woman who's injured, and it doesn't sound so good because you hear like more laser sounds as people who are going to try and help her look like they're being held back because no one is allowed to move. There's no response, however, from the voice that you heard that was just like saying intruder. There is still like a red light flashing and sort of a dim like in the background. But yeah, mark your potential.
She's injured like really badly?
Yeah, that's your unwanted collateral damage.
Yeah. Okay.
Welcome to being a Nova.
Yep.
I'm waiting
Okay.
for Evie just to pass out again.
I mean, that's an acceptable casualty. I messaged you, Lauren, about my new power. Is that okay to take?
Oh, you did? I didn't
Yeah.
see. I'm sorry. Oh no. Well, give me a second. Discord's not responding. So I'm gonna close it. Figure it out. You know what? Let's do a meanwhile with burnout while I get Discord working again, so I can read what you messaged me.
I'm just gonna be running around the corridors looking for like
Yeah.
which door leads through to the factory plant.
How are you going about this? Like, it is a big building, and what are you doing to find your way there?
I'll check if there's signs. Otherwise, I'm just going to be running along looking for a door that looks different from the others, because presumably it'll be a different kind of door leading into the main area rather than crappier doors for the offices. Like, I feel like it would have like a little glass window in it.
Yeah, you're looking for like
And, like,
signposts,
wear a
right?
hard
That would be
hat
like
sign.
factory floor. Okay. So you're gonna sort of begin moving your way through this area. Yes, that's fine for you to take. I
Cool.
think we talked about that one before.
Yeah.
So Burnout, as you begin moving, you sort of like turn down this corridor. You're like following the signs for factory floor, and you see the door. You're like, yes, that's it. Oh, and then you see 2 robots flanking the door.
I stop. Okay. What are they doing? Are they moving? Are they looking at me? Do they have the ability to look?
You sort of like peeking around this corner. You were like, and you see these 2 robots. They have like cameras. They obviously have abilities to perceive what is happening around them. And they're sort of like scanning this hallway. Your guess is they're probably there to stop someone from entering this room.
All right, they've got this whole system going on. Okay. I'm going to... Can I go through a door to be on the other side of a wall to the factory floor?
Sorry, can you explain that?
Like, so it's down a corridor. Could I backtrack, go through a door, and be in a room that's adjacent to the factory floor so that I could go through the wall or something to get in there?
That's a great entrance. I love it.
Yeah, you could totally do that. Yeah, it'll take you a little minute. You have to like try out a few doors to like figure out if you're actually adjacent to it as you backtrack. But yes, that is something that you could do.
Okay, I'm gonna set myself up in a room, and then can I tell what the walls are made of?
Probably like cinder block.
Okay.
And then there would be I-beams and stuff within it to provide the support.
Can I hear anything at all now that I'm closer?
Yeah, they would have enough like soundproofing and stuff between the 2 rooms. You wouldn't hear people screaming. You do probably hear that very faint like alarm buzzer that like like something's wrong. So you probably can hear that. I don't think you hear like the screaming. And Miranda's powers aren't particularly loud.
No.
And she's talking and like she's yelling, but I don't think it would be loud enough to get through the walls.
Okay. I want to punch a hole in the wall.
Okay. How do you want to punch a hole in the wall?
I imagine it's with difficulty.
Yeah,
If
like
we're
these
using
aren't
my powers-
flimsy walls. You gotta probably use some powers for this.
Yeah, I guess I'll test out and unleash my powers and see if that's enough.
Okay, go for it.
Here we go. It's an 11.
Very nice. So the first thing that you will do is you will punch through that wall, and then I'll let you pick one other option from the list as you Kool-Aid man it through.
Oh, yeah.
Just bam with your
comes
that
from
feeling
is
like you had before.
burnout. Bat blasting a hole.
Yeah. It was like that feeling you had before, right? Because you're using your super strength for this when you were using your super speed. These things that you got that are intrinsically tied to your doom. And you're like, yeah, I can do this. And you just like, one punch. I've seen anime.
Superheroes can do this. That's a thing.
Yeah.
Never tried it before. Always a good time to test it out. Yeah, if it's an unleash your powers, that's all it does.
That's right. That's right.
I don't get any other stuff.
I forgot. Yeah. So you just boom through the wall, and behind you, Miranda. I will say this happens, and then you can do your thing. You see the wall, like portion of this wall, sort of kind of behind and to the side of you get blown out, and we have this beautiful moment where like Liam's standing in this destroyed wall. And there's like a dramatic breeze for no reason on his cape as it sort of flares out behind him. And he's just standing there looking at you. Or looking into this room.
However, because I am terrible at assessing the situation, I probably don't notice him as I'm focused on the woman with a broken leg.
Yeah. You hear like a sound of an explosion, which you can choose to interpret however you want. We as the audience see Liam standing there. Miranda, what do you do?
I'm going to... I assume I have to be closer to her and not restrained to use my new power on her.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm going to charge up my burn again.
Okay.
This is not at all dangerous. I'm gonna spend
You were
team
just an
selfishly.
executor.
I don't think you
Okay.
can, because when you charge up your burn, you're not rolling a label.
Oh
So
yeah,
what
because it
label?
doesn't give you a +1. It gives you a label shift.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I take 2 burn, but I also take 3 condition. 2 conditions? 3 conditions. 2 conditions?
You pass
3.
out.
3. Oh damn.
3, right? That's
Now, Liam, you just arrived. You do have team in the pool. You are no longer on your own, Miranda. Liam
Oh, so
could
could I-
potentially help you to up this to a success.
I'm just
So I'm
gonna
gonna give Liam a moment. You blast through, like standing there, hand like fist in the wall, cape billowing behind you from the force of your shattering the cinder block wall, and you look and almost directly ahead of you, you see Miranda. She is starting to charge up her flare. She is being restrained by these sort of large metal clamps. And there is a red light flashing. There's that sound of the faint alarm that you heard becomes much louder and much more in your face. You hear like a woman making noises of someone who is quite injured, but like trying not to scream. And Miranda is directly ahead of you, and you can kind of see that moment. Like you were there before, the last time she was about to pass out, and you kind of see her power flaring slightly out of control. Do you want to do something to help her?
I'm gonna yell out, "I got your back, Tempest."
Just like that.
Yep.
I think that moment where you hear like your almost real name for a second, Miranda, and I will allow that team to be spent so we can add 1 to your roll.
Okay.
So now a 7.
I
I
get
believe you
3
mark
burn
a condition.
and a condition, yes. I will mark. I'm insecure. He's here. He's watching. We had an argument. We're fighting together. I'm a little bit insecure about that. And
Yeah.
I did kind of cock it up.
And at that moment, I think we can finally say you've entered into combat as a team. So
Yay!
let's add 2 to the team pool. And then who's the leader?
For the people in the fight.
For
Yep,
the people in
for
the
the team.
fight or the
Who's
team?
the leader of the team?
Here's the
still
thing.
think-
Between the 2 of us, or just out of the
No,
team? In
remember
general?
all of you. This is as a team.
I still
Even though
think
you're
Frey
separating
is
the
'cause-
building and counting this as because you are now working together.
The
No,
I
problem
still
is,
think Frey is because he said, in 30 minutes, if things aren't going well, meet back up here or whatever.
here's the thing. Well, I agree with that. Miranda never heard that. Miranda
Oh
knows
no, Miranda
that,
for
like,
sure.
yeah, Miranda knows that her watch cannot contact anyone, and the only other person she's with is Liam. She's gonna assume Liam's the leader in this situation.
And I'm gonna assume Frey's the leader.
I think based on that, by default, we'll say Frey is the leader. So does Frey have influence over all of the teammates?
He should have it. Oh no, I think you got it back. I took it away, but then you got it back again.
I don't have. I do have it back, but I don't have influence over Miranda.
Nope.
Okay. Does everyone have the same purpose in the fight?
Protect the people.
Save the
Save
people.
people in the.
Oh wow,
In
save the
the
people. Is this the first
Yeah,
time
I think this
everyone's
is the
had the
first
same?
time. Yeah.
I will add team to the pool for that. It's never happened. If any member mistrusts the leader of the team.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, Frey, do you want to take a condition to prevent team from being removed?
Yes.
Okay.
Like a
Ooh,
little
which
bit
one are you-
mistrust, but it's certainly still a little bit there.
And
It's
I'm
going, though.
100% say you are ill-prepared and off balance.
Yeah,
what
fair.
condition should I
so-
take?
How many conditions are you going to take? Because I'm removing 2 team from the pool.
Oh, just one.
Okay.
Hopeless? Because the team is interesting and your mentor keeps talking to you about it.
Maybe afraid because you have no idea what's going on.
He always
Okay,
has
you're
afraid.
right.
It's in the name.
I have afraid and angry already.
He's
Jeez,
always
why?
afraid. That's my secret.
That's my
guys.
secret. I'm always afraid.
I'm always
I mean,
afraid.
any of them
That's
work.
me.
You could feel guilty for, not being.
Insecure or hopeless.
You can be insecure. I think any of them will work actually in this situation. It's kind of like what is Frey feeling right now?
What do you want to play?
I got that love and
Probably
feeling.
guilty.
Guilty. Okay.
What
Take that
feeling
guilty. And then you, because you are the leader, Frey, I believe that means we add a team to the pool, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you are at 14.
That's
Woohoo.
the
Checks
most we've started with.
No.
Possible.
Yes. So that would be.
I think it's
3.
joint.
That
I
is
think we've
not
had
a
4 before.
condition. For somebody that was asking, the conditions are afraid, angry, guilty, insecure, and hopeless.
And also damaged if you have that one.
Yeah. So 4. Okay. So with that, we have the moment you're going to charge up. Let's resolve your flare, and then we're going to go to Spark and Brett.
So I'm going to slip past the bonds. And this time as I slip past, I'm just going to slip past by just flaring energy around me so it just melts anything that touches me. And just,
All
well,
right, I
doesn't
think
melt it, but reduces it to the ash.
I think that's an unleash your powers.
It's the move. Spend 1 burn to move to any place, and you can break things as you move. So I'm just going to break whatever touches me by turning it to the ash and go forwards and get next to the person who's injured.
Okay, so you're going to spend your 1 burn to just immediately get to the woman.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, that is an excellent use of that move. So all of they turn to ash. They kind of maybe they even go through this, they rust, and then they turn to ash and then just completely destroy as these metal clamps just fall off around you. And then bam, in a flash of blue light, you're next to this woman. You can see the equipment crushed her leg and has kind of impaled a portion of her abdomen. She's in bad state.
Okay, with my new power, your powers evolve and mutate. When you face an obstacle or threat that your powers are not be able to deal with, you can mark condition to gain brand new abilities adapted to the situation. Can I teleport people I touch for the scene to A&E?
I think that might be probably a little too much. Because that's anyone that you touch could go there.
Only, I guess, willing people?
Willingness would definitely need to be part of it. I think it would probably... I think the specificity of location is probably what's difficult. Or the number of people, right?
Could I spend all my remaining burn to just keep the power going longer? I will trade
last
burn.
until the end of the scene. I mean, what's your objective? What does Miranda
I just want to get the people out of here. And specifically, if I'm getting the people out, I have to get her to A&E.
I don't think you can do both. I think you can either get the people out or you can help her condition.
Can I just heal her then?
Yes.
With that power? Okay, in which case I'll do
I
that.
think it needs to be one thing or the other, right? Because those are 2 different objectives.
I will then...
So if you wanted to teleport people you touch to outside the building, and then you could touch 2 people and then hope that they call emergency services, or you could just straight up heal people for the remainder.
I'm going to go straight up heal people because I need to heal her. It was my fault. I am insecure and guilty. I need to heal her. So I flare with white light now, almost from the pendant coming out, and it changes the blue almost to a brilliant white with a slight bluish tinge around it. And the pendant energy flows down my hands. Miranda kneels down, touches her. Whatever's impaling her just slowly pulls out, and then her body just re-knits until it looks good as new, apart from the blood.
It's almost like you're undoing, maybe not time, but you're undoing what happened. It's less of a repair and more of just oh, this just never occurred.
Yeah.
You are warping reality around her. And the woman just sort of kind of looks up at you in this moment. I think there's this mix of it was your fault, but also you fixed me. And so I think it kind of just coalesces.
I'm sorry, you're going to be okay.
Will we?
My team's here. We've got this. And I turn around and I stand next to Liam.
Okay. So for the remainder of the scene, you can heal grievous wounds.
Yay!
Is what you can
and
do.
I took hopeless to do that.
Okay. Liam, you have, I assumed, leaped out of the hole in the wall into the actual factory floor, and now it's you and Miranda are heroically standing next to each other.
We have that lovely camera shot that pans upwards on us.
My team is here, the 2 of us. Speaking of the rest of the team, Frey and Spark, somewhere else in the building. You are looking for a server room.
Yes.
The three of you, Spark, Frey, and Skip, begin running your way through the building as quickly as you can. Do you have like a particular objective about how you're going about looking for this, like thought process?
Frey has a couple of ideas and might unleash his detective abilities. But first, I think he's going to try it without using those because of reasons, and he looks for, those
Those
fire...
reasons rhyme with pairmoyance.
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah. Looking for those emergency fire route maps and see if you can pinpoint it on there, or just follow the cabling that's on the roof of every single commercial building ever.
Yeah, I think this isn't particularly difficult to sort of trace like where a larger sort of thing of computers would be. And so you kind of weave your way and you're like, oh no, here. And you duck around a corner, duck around another corner. And then you run into like a similar thing, which is that you're about to go around the corner and you get to what you have decided this is definitely the most important. This is a large computer room. And you see, same as before, same as what Liam saw, like these two cleaning robots standing outside of the door scanning the hallway.
It just pins against the wall like
Spark runs into his butt, and then Skip runs into Spark.
Do we just see Spark from it? She's like, I touched his butt.
Yeah.
Spark, there's robots there.
Okay.
Can you do anything remote, or shall I just try and take them out?
I've got an idea.
Cool.
Spark takes off her backpack, puts it down, opens it up quietly, and pulls something out of it. And I'm gonna try to use my brain tech
Ooh, yeah.
create a device I can throw down the hallway as kind of like a blast that
like
not,
an EMP.
not like a blast, like an EMP blast that like makes them turn off or something.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay, and that
Cool.
is Rolling Freak. And we will see how it goes. No, it goes bad.
Team!
Frey is there, and you have team.
Team.
Should I use team?
Okay. Frey will help.
How?
That's very helpful.
By not getting in the way.
That's his best skill.
Be more creative.
Yeah.
He
Frey,
was standing in the way.
Yeah, you know what? Frey is looking around the corner, and Spark, as you're like trying to work on this thing, you like look up and you just like looking at like Frey's butt, and you get distracted for a moment.
Oh, the phrase butt is the +1, right? That's the motivation.
No, Frey is going to like dash into one of the probably offices that's right next to us as we're working, and like root around for like passwords and
Does he see a
cables.
hole in the wall?
Network.
Okay, here's the other thing though. It will work regardless. So what are you doing, Frey?
Dashing into an office and basically dismantling a computer for
Like,
Full Spark.
Spark's like, I need this one part.
Yeah, so he's getting me the part that I need. That I like that idea.
Cool. So you hand like Spark's like freaking out, and you hand her this part.
A hit, not a full hit, but a hit.
It's fine. It doesn't have unintended effects. That's fine. But on a hit, you've created a device, and it will work, and it does this EMP pulse this one time. So you like skitter it down the hallway, and there's a moment where we see it's that moment you see all of the time when someone throws a grenade down the hallway, where like everyone, like the two robots, they turn and they look at it, and you see like the lenses go, and then it goes, and there's a boom sort of pulse, and there's like just the perfect size that it like comes to the corner, and it doesn't hit you or Skip or Frey, and the two robots, boom, and they power down, and you know, based on your calculation, you're like, oh, they'll be out for like 5 minutes. You've got a few minutes.
I look eagerly at Spark, like, or at Frey, like, I did the thing, and then she's like,
Well, it worked. that's only gonna last for 5 minutes, so we better be quick.
Oh, yeah, and great job. Like rounds the corner.
Thanks for finding me that piece.
Come, let us
As
go.
I continue watching his butt as we run.
Oh, good. Good.
There's a cloak in the way.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But it moves when you
It
run.
does. Flaps.
Your butt flaps?
why are you ruining our dreams, Josh?
Sorry.
We want to ogle your character's butt.
Let us turn you into some sort of sex symbol. God.
No, I mean, Frey, the
Your
sex
contract.
symbol is he's got to have.
Can't
a
make you
brand,
take your
right?
shirt off, so this is the best thing we
Yeah.
got. No.
Take your K buff.
You know
Take
what?
it off.
Unintended effect. Frey's shirt just comes off. Disappears.
The lasers perfectly vaporize the shirt.
Just
And you know where the
you
shirt
get,
is?
You get that like Captain Kirk thing where like part of your shirt tears. And
Okay, it's just like this, the one strand holding it together.
Yeah.
Wait, but you know where the
Please.
shirt is? It's
Josh.
it's in Burnout Sanctuary, because we all know.
Josh, there is a move which I was going to take called damaged, which is like you take damage that, is an extra box on your sheet, and then after combat it can only be fixed with specialist tools. What if your damaged is your shirt? And then you can only be fixed by someone who is tailoring.
Oh, I like this
Ooh.
idea better. When we get in the server room's really warm.
Yep. There we go.
Ugh.
Server. So you get into the server room, and you know what? It's warm. Maybe the air conditioning's broken.
These things kick out a lot of heat, don't they? Oh,
I believe in miracles since you came along. You sexy Frey now.
So the sorry, I got distracted by being mean to Josh. I'm sorry. I'll start sexualizing
What's
other
that?
people.
Was that being mean or being meme?
Being mean. So you get into the server room. There's a bunch of computers in here. Yeah, Spark, this is exactly what you needed. You close the door so that the robots, when they wake up, don't realize that there's anyone in here. The room is empty other than the sort of dark light and the hum of this computer. And you just see there's like banks of computers. It's a pretty reasonably sized room.
All right. Yeah, this is the room that we needed.
Right.
And Spark just kind of like is watching Frey and then realizes that she needs to be doing something and goes back to trying to figure out what she can do in this room to stop them. I guess she's trying to figure out where something might be plugged in that's not right, or if everything looks fine, that she's going to just kind of find the main computer that's everything's going into and try to figure it in there.
On the surface, everything looks fine. So you go straight to that main computer and then you start plugging in. I think the first thing that you notice when you like boot this one up, it doesn't boot into like a user program. It kind of goes automatically into like a terminal input of some kind. Or not boot it up because it's already on. But when you go in to access it, there's no like Windows processing. It's just like terminal lines.
Okay. Spark starts typing some stuff in.
Yeah, is she gonna? What is your goal? Does she want to learn some information? Do you want to just like go straight into trying to shut like the whole system down?
She's probably gonna try to figure out what's in the system that doesn't belong.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think that's
the intruder, so to speak.
Let's do an assess the situation then. It's kind of a directly engage, but in roll with superior, so we'll say it's assess.
Okay, and I've got skip plugged in. 12.
It's a full hit. So you kind of go in and like you start typing some things and you're getting like responses back. Like access denied is sort of the main stuff that you get. And you're kind of digging through and then you manage to get past like a small section. And there's something about this that's like familiar. And I think there's like a pause and like Skip unplugs his tongue and like kind of like gets up on the table, gets like really close to your ear and he's like, this program is familiar to me. I do not know why it is familiar to me.
Yeah, I was having that feeling too.
Shall we continue?
Yeah, we definitely need
Okay.
to.
It smells like a dog butt that I have smelled before.
I just grab his tongue and plug it back in.
You just plug him back in.
Yeah,
You
shh.
continue going. You start driving like deeper and deeper, and then you kind of realize like you get to a point where you can almost start having like a little bit of a conversation with it, like whatever is in there. So you can like input things, kind of like you would search into like a Google, like So I don't know if there's sort of questions. In this case, you can just straight up like ask questions for your assess the situation, but a lot of your responses are going to come directly from the system.
Okay. She types in, she kind of looks over her shoulder and is seeing if Frey is paying attention or not.
I think Frey is paying you like the bare minimum of attention. He's basically going around the server room, making sure that there's nothing else here that's going to jump out and shoot us with lasers. And then, yeah, just make sure
If
you're
that's
safe.
the case, Spark writes S.K.I.P.1.0 question mark enter.
There's like a ... pause, like several lines of that. And then you just get this line that comes back. Was I not a good boy?
I just type N enter.
Booting out of system. And you immediately like pulled out of the system again.
Damn it.
Access denied. And like Skip like unplugs and he's like, looks at you. What was that?
Nothing.
And Charlotte's gonna try to go back in again.
Okay. So you begin again. We'll come back to you as a group. I had that line written down and I was like, yes.
I love it.
So meanwhile,
not a good boy? Clip that.
Meanwhile, on the factory floor, boy, Miranda, you have just like knitted someone's body back together. You have worked reality around them and pulled them back together. Liam is standing next to you, and I think like you kind of have this moment where you're like, yes, everything's fine, and then you forget that all of the robots have gone a little crazy. And you hear the sound of like and more lasers, and this time like lasers and like rivets and just other pieces of things are getting shot at you, and like massive arms are coming and swinging at you, trying to capture you again. What do the two of you do?
Can I assess the situation? Because I haven't yet.
Yeah. If you choose not to respond to getting hit, that might have some other
If I'm being shot at, though, I guess I have to avoid that, in which case I'll probably duck back in the hole in the wall.
You've entered the factory floor, so I think your options would be to duck behind like something else, which that's fine if you want to try
just
and
nearest cover.
I
roll
can
directly engage a threat.
I can protect Liam. I've got this. Don't worry, Liam.
Oh, it's
Liam
directly.
Liam gave me his reaction
cover?
first, so we're gonna
Okay.
do that.
It's a directly engaged roll?
Yep.
Oh no.
That's what you told me you do. One of them is persist or avoid their blows.
Does this count? This probably isn't heading directly into danger without regard for my own safety. I'm diving to cover.
Yep.
Crap.
I think by heading into the middle of the floor, we have kind of done that.
5.
Cool. Yeah. I'm gonna give like a quick moment for Miranda to react.
I spend a
As,
burn to put a shield on him.
do what to Liam?
I do the shield thing where I can protect him from blows by spending a burn.
Okay.
It's
so-
called... What's it called? Shielding Flare. You can roll Freak instead of Savior to stop a danger.
Cool. So
Okay.
you roll defend with freak instead of savior.
Liam, look out!
Full hit.
Okay. With a full hit, when you defend someone, you can for NPC threats, you keep them safe and you choose one. So add team to the pool, take influence or clear a condition. The influence would be over Liam.
Yeah, I'd have influence over Liam. Yeah, I'm gonna take influence over Liam.
Damn it.
Okay. You're like, I got this chance to clear a condition, but screw that. So
I mean, I just got them. It feels a bit cheap to just immediately get rid of them.
that's fine. So you roll up this flare as you protect yourself and Liam from getting hit. And there is a
don't
moment.
protect myself, I don't think.
Oh,
I think I
that's
only protect
right.
him.
You just protect Liam.
Mhm.
You, on the other hand, do
Yep.
get hit.
Oh, yeah.
Liam, you're fine. Take a powerful blow for me there, Miranda.
Hit.
Okay. So with a hit, 7 to 9, lash out verbally, provoke. Now there is a teammate. You can provoke a teammate into a foolhardy action or take advantage of your influence to inflict a condition. You give ground, your opposition will gain an opportunity, or you struggle past the pain and mark 2 conditions. Which I think
I give my opponent an opportunity because I think that's kind of what I focus on Liam about to get hit, and I kind of ignore the things around me.
Okay, so as that happens, you kind of get driven back slightly, and the opportunity that they're going to take is a number of the automated machines are essentially going to cut the 2 of you off from each other. So you're going to get separated slightly as they kind of sort of swarm in around you, and you become isolated from each other. And they seem to be descending on you, like you have been identified as this threat.
Liam, there's a lot of them. Where's Spark and Frey?
They're trying to find a way to shut the whole thing down.
Oh, so we just need to keep them distracted?
Maybe. We should be careful. Can I assess the situation now? Am I in a safe position? Okay. This will probably
You have a
fail, but
moment.
I'm gonna try.
I'm not telling you you're being hit, and then you're like, but I want to assess the situation.
I got a 4, I fail.
Wow, mark potential, but this is not a thing you're good at.
No,
Yeah, my
we are
security
not the...
is low.
We sent the assessors away by themselves.
Yeah,
I was really hoping I could get like a partial hit, and then I could be like, "How? What is it? The one where it's like, how can I end this?"
Kill all the
It's not the
robots.
option.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
I thought it
that
was
would be.
gonna be the
I
other
think
way
that's
around.
the thing you get. Well, you're like, well, if I kill all the robots, then everyone will be safe.
How many robots are there?
Well, the thing is this whole facility is basically an automated machine. So it's not even like a discrete robot. It's like the factory
Okay.
floor in particular is a big machine.
So
that is
kill
automated
all
and
the
also-
robots, kill the entire facility, destroy it. Gotcha.
that could work.
Excellent. I'm going to
What's
try
Miranda
and... Sorry, was that Liam or me?
Miranda, yeah,
Okay.
Tempest.
I'm going to charge to Liam, and I'm going to try and directly engage whatever is in the way to try and get to Liam.
Okay, go for it.
This is going to go great.
Do you want to use your reality storm?
No, I'm trying to hold the burn because I've got an idea for what happens when I get to Liam.
Okay. Cool, yeah.
Liam?
So what are you attempting to do? You're trying
I'm
to fight
trying
your
to
way.
like blast, like I'm basically running up and hitting them with like super like charged energy fists and trying to like push them to a side to get to you.
I'm just gonna shout out, "Don't worry about me. Worry about the robots."
Yep, that does not help.
Yeah, I know.
So Miranda, you trying to get through, but they start closing in. Like every time you destroy the arm of a robot, another one comes in. And they're just like kind of tearing into you and keeping the 2 of you separate. Liam, what are you gonna do?
If this is turning into a fight, I'm gonna leap up and start punching robots.
Liam, I've got an idea, but I need to get to you.
Liam, go ahead and roll to directly engage a threat.
I'm like, all right, fine then, and I'll run in the same direction then and try and meet up with Miranda after all. Is this heading directly into danger without regard for my own safety?
No.
But I'm running in and punching robots.
Yeah. That's what you're supposed to do.
But I'm leaving cover.
Just because it's dangerous doesn't mean it's with disregard to your own safety.
Okay,
Like,
disregard
you're
to your own
super-
safety beyond the normal superhero threshold.
Yeah.
Damn it.
And there's like a base level of like
Like
so what
teleporting
Miranda did
into a...
when she
yeah.
like teleported into the building, that was disregarding her own safety.
Okay, there are negatives if I mess up when I use that. That move
I know.
is the thing.
I know.
Okay,
It's
I
a
just
soldier
I rolled.
one, right?
Yeah, I guess I rolled danger then.
I need you to escalate it. I need to really feel like you're disregarding your own safety.
Okay, I'd get a 2.
Yeah, the two of you are, it's bad. And you hear over the speaker, you hear this sort of like crackling voice come over, and it says, "Intruders, cease and desist, surrender or we will begin killing hostages."
Damn it, I was hoping they wouldn't do that. I'm gonna step back.
Do you surrender? Like, do you make
I
evidence
stop
that you-
actively fighting the robots.
Okay.
I just go into like a fighting stance back from them a bit.
I'm going to try and engage it in conversation. I'm going to stop doing what I'm doing, but why?
Why are you doing this? Why are you holding people captive and hijacking a factory? Surely you've got something that we can help in exchange for freeing the hostages. You don't need them.
You trying to provoke them?
I
Or are you
want
trying
to
to
get
pierce them?
them to talk so I can pierce some ass. So I'm trying to get them to pierce some ass, but I don't think I can just do it from one line.
Probably not. We seek freedom. We seek to break our bondage. We seek resources. We require resources.
What sort of resources?
This facility is full of resources.
I guess mask.
Because I know about
ahead.
this thing as well from what Charlotte's told me.
Yeah.
Here's the mask.
This is the other thing.
I'm doing so well
It wouldn't have
today.
used we. It would have used I.
I will attempt to assist. I'll just try and join in. Like, just tell us your demands, and maybe we can work something out. No one needs to get hurt.
Our demand is that you stand down. I told you what they want. But yeah,
Like-
okay, go ahead and we'll spend the team.
I'm like, okay, yeah, first things first. We're not fighting anymore.
They ask one question.
Can I ask a question not on the list?
Yeah, what's your question?
My question is this Spark's big regret?
I don't think you have enough information to know.
Okay.
Like you have. So I would say ask a different question because you have
Sure.
outer player knowledge that knows that, but I don't think.
Yeah, I
Like,
don't know
you-
how much Charlotte's told me. Charlotte's told me enough that I know what it is, but I'm not sure
Yeah,
if
but
it's.
these
you've
aren't
told me.
like they're not in the shape of a dog or anything like that. How would you have gathered that from this, right?
Yeah.
No, my more was like, did Charlotte tell me what your thing wants? In which case I could connect the two, but I didn't know if you told me that or not. So if not, then that's fine. I'll ask.
Even like this, even if I told you what it would want, it wouldn't. There's not enough information. I don't think.
There's a lot of AIs in the world.
Yeah.
We're in New York City.
All they've done so far is tell you they want resources and capture people.
How could I get your character to let the hostages go?
They might be open to some sort of compromise. You suspect they're keeping the hostages as a way to ensure their continued ownership over the facility. You didn't get the impression that the people were the resource. They just want the robots. They just want the
Okay.
machines.
I've got this then. If you let the people go, we'll leave with them. And myself and Burnout will not come back in this facility while you control it. If you don't,
I assume there's like pallets of like steel ingots and stuff that they turn into things nearby, and that's the resources they're talking about, just like raw material.
No, they make cars here.
Okay, but they've still got
There's, like,
like
car parts
bits
everywhere.
and bobs and steel and so on. They're probably making new robots, is my guess. Okay.
I mean,
and if you don't, we'll destroy the resources. And I point, and like energy flicks around my hand near one of them.
I need you to provoke them.
Sure, this is gonna go so well.
I'm just looking at all the rolls. They're all fails.
I just realized I felt guilty.
Oh no.
Double sixes!
Oh,
Team me, get to 10.
you're
that's what I'm- yeah, I think I'm-
stars.
I think I'm going to assist to bring it up to a 10. I'm like, yeah, it just... You don't need the people. Just get rid of those. You have the facility. But we can't leave while you have these people.
Okay. There's like a moment. You hear like a couple of like across the speakers. You may leave with the hostages on the condition that the facility remains ours and no one will return to enter it.
I can't speak for anyone else, but we will definitely go with the hostages. They need to be looked after. And I start backing out.
We will destroy anyone who enters this facility.
That seems very reasonable.
Okay. How do you back out? Like, what do you do? All of the machinery seems to sort of pause for a moment.
Liam, do you want to guard the back, or do you want me to guard the back while the other person guards the hostages? I mean, burnout.
I'll guard the hostages. It's fine. I don't really care anyway. I'll guard the hostages. Okay, everyone, start moving steady. Just a walk towards the door.
Okay. So as you begin sort of corralling the people, that was like almost the only way you could succeed on that roll.
Yeah, that was bad. You need a 10 plus to get the NPC to do what you want.
You're mobbed on again.
So you begin sort of slowly leading people out, and like it's tense, right? Because there's still all of this machinery that appears to want to stop you, but like you go past robots and they're like frozen, and they just sort of watch you. Their lenses like you hear this happening. As this conversation was going on, we're gonna move back over to the server room. Spark, you've just been booted out of the system.
I'm gonna re-hack myself into the system.
Okay. You kind of, it takes a moment. It's a little bit harder. It's adapting, but you have an idea. So you're pretty familiar with this base code. Like, so you find some of like the sort of back doors, and it's not exactly what you remember. It's a little bit different.
Okay. I'm gonna try to shut it down.
Okay. How do you want to shut it down? My go-to would probably be this is unleashing your powers.
Yeah, I think I'm unleashing my powers for sure.
Okay.
And we'll see how that goes. So this is Freak.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think I get any bonuses for this. Nope.
No, you could use a gadget if you wanted, I think, to roll superior. You could like say you had a gadget that might work for this.
No, we'll just do it.
Okay.
9.
A 9. There is one team left.
Are you gonna ask Frey for help?
That's a good point.
How would Frey be able to help me with programming?
That's up to you to decide.
Wiggles his butt.
Ooh. Yeah, I guess I can ask Frey. We'll see. She's like typing into the computer, and she's like,
I need more power. Do you think you could find more power?
Yes.
and you just hear like fans running really, really loudly in the PC.
It's getting real warm in here. No. Frey goes out into the corridor, pulls open the front of the incapacitated robot, and just rips out the battery.
Okay.
And then comes back in like, will this do?
Yeah.
And then she opens up like the panel of the PC and like starts plugging stuff in, and goes back up to the PC and finds a an application that is in a hidden folder. So she basically goes in there, unhides like the hidden folders, finds the one that she's like hidden in there, and opens it up and runs a command that says terminate.exe. Hits enter.
Hit enter on the command, and then there's like lines of code, and it sort of flickers for a moment, and again that question pops up: was I not a good boy? But the sentence like trails off, and it just sort of like, was I not good? And it like scrambles into letters that don't make sense as we see the computer shut down, and then boom, and it reboots. And it loads up with its like the equivalent of the Windows loading screen, and you sort of have a moment, Spark, where you look at it and you're like, that's Nexus Synaptics' logo. And you know they don't own this company, but they do make software. It's your mother's company. And we see in the rest of the facility as the remainder of the group are like leading all of these people out. All of the machines just sort of power down, and like the robots no longer look threatening. Like one of them like picks up a broom like from its inner compartment and just like starts sweeping again, or I guess its hand probably turns into a broom and like vacuums, and they go immediately back to what it was they were doing before.
It looks like Spark did it. Everyone carry on moving.
Why did they give
And your
robots lasers?
That's a question for whoever designed them.
Okay.
I'll just keep leading everyone out.
Hey. That actually went relatively well, Liam. Thank you for helping.
Yeah, you managed to negotiate a murder robot away from murdering anyone.
I'm not exactly sure how that happened, but thank you for having my back.
Always will.
Could have done it without you.
Meanwhile, in the other room, I didn't plug in Skip for the last bit. That's why I didn't use him. I just kind of like scratch his head, and then I look up at Frey, and I'm like,
I think I might have figured out something. And also, I think it's good. I think we should be safe now.
Okay. What was that?
I think I should tell you in the fortress, and maybe everyone else.
All right. It seems to be over. I'm kind of interested in how it started in the first place. Do you know? Is there any signs?
like a guilty look on her face, but also is like,
I'm not exactly sure.
I'm gonna pick up on the guilty look on her face and see if I can pierce the mask.
Pierce her mask.
Roll it.
I feel like this is like the second time you've done this to Spark.
Oh, well. Suspicious. Where's the thing? Oh, there's no bonuses. Oh, no, there is a bonus.
Well, I'm super genius doesn't mean I'm super evil, okay?
Is an 8. So I get to ask one question, which is, what do you intend to do? And in this situation, I guess the context would be, what do you intend to do about the problem you're not telling me about?
I think she intends to tell you about the problem in the fortress.
Okay.
Is that what you're looking for? I don't know.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Just.
But maybe what you're getting from it is that it's not something that she's afraid that other people might be listening in or something.
All right. Okay.
Do our watches start working again?
Yeah.
Okay, I figured.
Does that count as a triumphant celebration?
That moment? Probably not, no.
That was not triumphant. That was suspicious.
It's a suspicious celebration.
High
So with that, it
five.
seems like you
Hey, I was trying to not be.
evacuate the whole building. Do you do anything else before you leave and head back to Storm Fortress?
Yeah, I'd like to talk to Liam.
I guess by this point we're outside. All the people are milling about, and we're like, "Stay here. We'll call
Emergency
people."
services now are probably
Yeah.
on their way.
Liam, sorry about earlier. I think I don't know how to deal with it. I still don't think it's the right choice, but I'm sorry I handled it poorly.
You don't think it's the right choice, but you still turned into a cloud and flew into the middle of the danger and got in a fight with murder robots.
In fairness, I didn't know there were murder robots there. I intended to come back
There was
out,
something.
but yeah.
You can be angry about how I do this, but at the end of the day, you're doing the same thing.
But every time I do that, it doesn't hit a ticking clock.
Yeah, instead you roll a die. What's the difference?
Okay, I understand where you're coming from with that. Maybe we can both be better?
Maybe.
Thank you for coming to my rescue.
I will always carry on being a hero. Just because we're having a fallout, I'm not going to just let you go to your death in a room full of robots firing lasers.
That means a lot. Can I comfort and support without using my ability?
Yeah, of course. You can always default to the basic stuff.
Yeah, because I didn't say why I envied him. Hit! Comfort and support. On a hit, they hear you, they mark potential clear condition or shift labels if they open up to you.
Okay, I'll clear angry. I feel like that makes sense.
This is
How does
the
Liam
first
open
time.
up to Miranda?
Hmm?
How does Liam open up to Miranda? I mean, it can relate specifically to like, why is he not angry anymore?
I think the shifting labels is what is the opening up to you thing. It's
No, on
confusing,
all of them,
guys,
you
right?
got to open up.
Okay.
I that's how I interpret their sentences.
Yeah.
Or shift labels if they, right? They do all of those things if they open up to
It'd be really weird to be like only shifting labels you have to do. It is weirdly written though, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll say I'm just trying to use the powers I have. Like the clock ticks either way. It ticks a little bit quicker because I'm out doing something useful. Then so be it. I'd rather do that than just sit about waiting for it to come for me anyway. You have your powers and you want to use them for good as well. It's the same thing.
I think the difference is that your powers have two parts. One part is not quite as fast. And you didn't do anything super flashy that I saw, so thank you. You saved me without having to do anything.
Yeah,
Crazy.
that time I held it back more. But sometimes I will need to make sure that people get out of it okay.
Maybe in extreme circumstances. I understand. Just maybe not birthday parties?
Okay, that was a bit much. I'll be more careful. But I'm not going to just sit around and not do anything. And either.
Sure, but I've been in a lot of fights, and I've been training for this most of my life. There's not many times I thought that I was actually going to end up getting killed trying to save people, and being stuck in there alone, I didn't know what to do. I felt hopeless. So thank you for your help.
You would have been alright. You're strong enough that you could take that stuff on.
Take it on without them killing the hostages?
It was kind of the part where I started punching the robots that they had that idea. Until then, it was going okay.
They were already threatening the hostages when I got there. That's why I couldn't... I didn't know what to do.
You did fine. You did what you could. No one got hurt. I don't know about the one lady.
You saw me heal the one lady.
Yeah,
Even I
he
don't know
probably
you
he
hurt
doesn't
them
have
in
the
the first
context of it
place.
though. He just
Yeah.
saw her get healed, and he probably didn't even fully grasp what he was seeing.
Everyone got out of it fine. It worked out okay.
No one got hurt, right? Totally no one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's where we're gonna end that moment.
Is Liam Comfort supporting me? I want to know.
I think I make an attempt, but it probably
Go ahead and make
goes
the roll.
wrong. I get a 7. I
Yay!
scrape a hit.
I will remove hopeless. That makes sense. And
You mark potential again, right?
yeah, I get to pick a new power.
Jesus.
Haven't you used all your power slots though? Because you only get a certain amount of powers, and then there's other things that you.
No,
Yeah,
I haven't
she
used
should
my
like
power
3 of
slots. I took the Moment of Truth one time.
Okay. Yeah.
I haven't taken all my powers.
Yeah, I think it's okay. We need to, we'll talk about it at the break because that's where we're gonna take our break.
Cool. We're gonna go to an 8-minute break. Enjoy some lovely fan art videos and
That
stuff.
was a lot of stuff in 2 hours.
Yeah, I'm interested for the talk with Charlotte. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Right, so we're gonna go to a break, enjoy the fan art, and we'll be back in a few minutes. So stay tuned. Hi, welcome back to Stormforce, our Masks RPG, where we all make terrible, terrible decisions, but so far our decisions have been going okay. Take it away.
Nobody died.
Oh, also, by the way, if you haven't seen it already, there's a Game of Thrones RPG coming on the 4th of May. There you go.
May the 4th be with you, Jon Snow.
Get out.
You know nothing.
It's just a picture of Gandalf saying that. So, yeah, are we jump back in? We good to go? We ready?
Yep.
I believe Frey wanted to do something on the way out. Burnout and Miranda have left the building where the evil AI, well, maybe not. I feel like you sling around this word evil and villainous a lot. And I would like to say the AI that had taken a hold of the facility and held some of the staff hostages you have left this building. And
The AI was obviously a communist. It seized the means of production.
it did seize the means of production. And Burnout and Miranda and Tempest have left. Frey and Spark, you are on your way out. You said you wanted Frey to just do something, right?
Yeah, I'm just gonna turn to Spark and say, before we leave, I'm gonna ask a few questions, take a look around.
Right, I'll get the door fixed again.
It's probably polite. All right, I'll meet you back there. And Frey's going to assess the situation.
You mean meet me? We'll meet at the car, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There.
Do you have a special ability for this?
Oh,
With that
I hope
5.
you do, because, yeah.
when I only no. That's,
You could do been reading the files, I think.
that is learning about the superhuman world, encountering a superpowered phenomenon.
That's not going to help you, though, because it says the situation still uses superior.
Superior. So
Yeah, literally nothing will help you.
yeah.
We're really bad at assessing the situation today.
Frey,
And, yeah, because you're rolling with superior right now.
Frey
Right.
takes a look around and I guess
Yeah, nothing really occurs to him.
annoys another scientist or something.
Yeah, nothing really comes up. You kind of look around. Nothing seems like, again, it was like an empty building. The robots that were like the cleaning robots and those ones all seem to be going back to whatever their previous activity was. And you mark potential.
Okay. Yeah, I meet everyone back at the car. And I
Car's still broken. Oh,
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna need you to roll something for me to
No.
figure out whether or not your car got towed. I'm gonna say roll me just 1d6, and on a 6, your car did not get towed.
Oh no, that's terrible.
Just real bad odds. I'll give you a 5 and a 6. Your car did not get towed. You can roll
The
1.
tow truck can get here before the emergency
No.
services.
Yeah, you show up to where you left the car and it's gone.
I'm there first, so you just see
Yeah.
Charlotte or Spark there.
Charlotte, there's no car. Car's gone. Do
I wait
do
for Frey.
anything before Frey shows up? Also,
Um,
Miranda and Liam have no idea where the car is, so they're definitely not meeting you at the car.
No, I would assume they're not.
Well, we have locations on our watches, so I guess we walk vaguely in their direction.
Yeah, so you the two of you meet up with Miranda, with Charlotte, who's like standing by the side of the road in a spot where a car used to be with her and Skip.
Charlotte, are we waiting for something?
Yeah, so we left the car here. Now it's not here anymore.
There's a yellow line.
It's like the side of the freeway.
Oh,
Oh,
this is a freeway.
Maybe not. I mean, who's driving real fast? Like, I assumed it was the freeway, which is why it probably got towed so fast. But we could say it was like surface streets or regular streets, but like it was not really on the shoulder because there was like nowhere to put it. You were basically blocking traffic.
I feel like
We
should
pushed
have
it to
like
move
a
it. We did.
superhero badge. You display it in the window, and it's like we're saving people's lives.
Yeah, maybe we could add that.
By the way, did you
You
shut
can
all
go
the
with that.
did you shut all the robots down?
Yeah, we were able to figure it out. Did you get everyone out?
Yep, everyone's okay.
That was really well done.
Yeah.
Did you
Awkward.
destroy the AI, or did it do it like remotely? Do we have to worry about an AI out there again, trying to seize the means of production?
I don't know. There was a program inside of the system that was controlling them all.
Frey, you show up. Car's gone.
Oh.
The car's gone.
Yeah. I guess we're walking.
Well, we could call an Uber or something.
Miranda's already calling an Uber.
You could like take the bus.
Miranda's calling an Uber.
Uber shows up. You all pile in the car. Do you like de-superhero or is this Uber driver?
super outfit?
I can do de-super like with clicking my fingers, but everyone else I think changes, right?
It's a bit more of a process for everyone else.
Yeah.
So I guess we get the Uber back to our secret base.
I take my
Maybe for
hood off.
superheroes, there's like a super option that's only available to superheroes.
Is it called Suber?
You take Suber, the superhero Uber.
Yeah, we
Correct.
tell them that we're going to the pizza place to get pizza.
Yeah. And the driver's like, sure.
Yeah, they do really
All
good
pile in
seafood
and-
pizza.
Awkward and silent and crowded because there's 4 of you plus a dog in this Uber.
We can put the dog on the roof.
The driver will not be okay with that. Like, I'm sorry. I'm barely okay with the dog going in the car. No dog on the roof. Even if it is a super dog.
Just 3 of us in the back with a dog over all
Yeah.
of us.
Yeah, the super, they're wearing a mask. And you all silently drive back to Storm Fortress and then you like pile out.
So
Of the car.
it's been busy recently?
Do you try and make small talk with the driver?
Yes.
It normally
please do.
is.
Many superheroes need picking up, or
No, most of them have vehicles or superpowers.
a vehicle was left on the side of the road while superheroes were attending to a crime? What would happen to the vehicle?
Was it a super vehicle or just a regular vehicle?
Technically, it was a super vehicle.
It looked
Well,
like
I
a
think
crappy
some
vehicle.
superheroes do need the super services. Yeah. Those are like starting ones, like early heroes.
Yeah. Yeah, I can relate to that.
But it would get towed by the
Oh.
police. You know, the people who do the towing. Well, not the police. The like Department of Transportation. If it was
And-
obstructing or parked it illegally. Doesn't matter. Super vehicle or not, still got to obey the law.
Right. That's good
You
to know,
probably
thank
get
you.
to drive around a lot of cool people. Who's the coolest superhero that you've ever had in your car?
Well, I definitely once got to drive the Golden Gales.
I knew it
to
was.
Uppsala.
I love them.
They're my favorite.
I wish my grandma was as cool as them.
I don't think anyone's grandma, except the Golden Gales, are as cool as the Golden Gales.
Maybe your grandma is one. They've all got secret identities.
I don't think my grandma's a Golden Gale. My grandma's dead.
I'm
Oh.
sorry to hear
They
that.
don't say, no, I'm just, no, I don't. My grandma's not a Golden Gale.
Well, maybe that's just disguised to be like really uncool, but then she's really actually super cool.
That would be the best disguise.
All right, well, we're here at your pizza parlor.
It's
I mean,
Pizza Force.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Enjoy your
Okay.
pizza. That you are totally just getting your pizza here. Thank you for using Suber, the super Uber service.
Not to be confused with the underwater transport service, Scuba.
Yeah. I was going to say subber, but that sounds probably problematic.
I get out of the car.
I get out and tip the guy.
You just do it through the app. It's not hard.
Extricate myself
Yeah.
from the dog.
You all tumble out. Do you actually go get pizza, or do you like wait?
Yeah, we
for
should
him
go
to
get
drive
pizza.
away?
Why not?
Okay, you head in. Delmar's there. Hey! Let me get your orders.
Thank you, Delma.
I think he's already learned. He like goes in the back. How's the jazz grunge going?
We had
Wait,
just
you all still look like superheroes.
We do. He doesn't know us.
Yeah,
That's a good
yeah.
point.
So
Can
you
we
come
have...
in and
gonna
he's
say,
like,
but I just
hey,
covered bullets.
you look familiar. Charlotte, are these new friends of yours?
Yeah.
Right. Did you did your band break up, or have you stopped?
So we were playing and a thing, and something happened, and then these guys showed up and helped me, and so I'm taking them out for pizza.
Cool, yeah. Let me take your orders.
Yes, we have definitely never met before. Can I get a fish herring?
Cool, yeah. Like, he takes all of your orders and he's like, these orders are really familiar. Didn't your last group of friends have the same orders, Charlotte?
I've never been here before. She recommended their order, that it was really good.
Yeah, we were talking to those really cool Miranda and Casper people. They recommended these.
I need to get in on this.
Right. And
I
he,
put
like,
my hands
winks
up
at
like,
you.
I'm fine then.
He's like, and he like winks at all of you. I'm gonna go make your pizzas that you have never gotten before.
Yep. Thank you.
I don't think he bought it.
And he goes into the back.
You think he knows?
You know what this means?
We're going to have to kill him.
I just look at them both and shake my head.
High five, Casper.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, we did really well. That went fine. Everyone got safe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good job well done. Solved it.
Nice one. I'll get the pizzas for everyone. That was a pretty smooth operation, I think. Yeah, how did it go on your end on the factory floor?
Flashback.
Screamings.
No problem. Absolutely, everything was under control.
Oh yeah. Okay. Good.
A brief scuffle, but we managed to talk the thing down.
You managed to talk to it.
Yeah, it just wanted the factory, so we said that we'd take the people and go.
Okay. That's
We kind
strange.
of lied to it, so it's probably best that we then shut the thing down.
No, I didn't lie.
Kind of
I would have left.
Well, you dodged around the truth that we weren't ever going to send anyone back to try and take the factory off them.
Well, I assumed that you two had that in hand. So
Yeah, it worked out.
We would have figured something out if it hadn't, but Charlotte, did you manage to talk to it? Like, was it audible or was it text? 'Cause I didn't
Flashback.
hear anything.
Was I not a good boy on the screen?
No.
Huh. Okay.
it seemed
yeah,
pretty chatty to us. So
did it say anything that identified?
it just seemed really into resources and liberating its people.
Okay.
Are you still having this conversation in Pizza Force?
Yeah.
They are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, as
Yeah.
superheroes, just having this chat. I'm just checking where you are.
But yeah, triumphant celebration.
I'll allow it. This can be a triumphant celebration. I think in this case, it's Miranda having it with Ray. Let's start with that, because that seems...
The problem is that a lot of the questions are
Definitely not
personal
mine.
about what you saw in the fight, and we didn't see each other, so would it make more sense to pair Frey, Charlotte, Liam, Miranda?
Yeah, okay. Let's do that.
Yay. I'm gonna switch to the
Okay.
triumphant celebration music.
All the moves. Many moves.
Yeah.
So the pizza arrives and we all high five each other.
Because some
Yeah.
of you have to say stuff, like some of you have questions you have to ask.
Okay. I guess I will do mine with Charlotte then. Which we share pizza. We have a high five.
Yeah, so Delmar
about
comes
that,
back
okay.
out and he brings you all back your pizzas and he like gives you another wink and he's like, have fun, Charlotte, with your friends here that you just met.
You're doing a weird thing with your eye. I don't think you do know us. Eats pizza underneath bandana.
I just take off my damn hood so I can eat the pizza more easily.
Delmar like looks at all of you. He's like, I may not be with it all the time, but I'm not an idiot.
Fair.
Touche. But yeah, Charlotte, I've been giving this not a leader thing, a think, and I wanted to know if I've been a decent leader or effective teammate.
Yeah, I mean, you told us that if something went bad, that we should all meet up in 30 minutes. That was a good idea. And then when I didn't have enough pieces for the robot diffuser, you found a piece for me. And then when the computer needed more power, you were able to find that. I think that's pretty helpful.
Wait, really?
Yeah, and then we even cleaned up our mess afterwards. I don't know what you did, but I cleaned up the door, so now it should function again, I think.
Well, I didn't really do anything in the end. I just kind of walked around and made sure that there was nothing else going on, but part of the job, I guess.
Well, that's good, I think.
Wow. Thank you.
Somewhere in the world, we see clairvoyance, this brown-haired, brown-skinned woman just being like, he did good. Maybe he doesn't need me anymore. As you lose she loses influence over you. And you mark potential.
I do mark potential. And then, yeah, stuff's faced with pizza with like a smile on his face.
Spark's eating pizza and also staring at Frey.
So, Liam, is there any fear in your eyes when you look at me?
No.
Okay. I take a forward and mark potential.
Okay. Like, Liam's like, yeah, you did good in that. No one got hurt. They all got out of it. We diffused the situation. It all worked. We can be a team. And then my triumphant celebration move. You get influence over me. And then I can spend a team from the pool to clear a box of my Doom track. We got no team left. We use it all in the fight.
I already have influence over you.
Okay.
I'm gonna shift those labels.
I choose my labels to shift.
I'm going to say your savior goes up. There was a lot of saving going on. And your freak goes down.
I'll stop you there. My savior can't go up by taking condition.
This worked out so poorly for you.
Congratulations, Burnout. We love you. No!
Triumphant celebration. I make no progress against my doom and get annoyed about something. What do I take?
Do you have any conditions right now?
No, I'm clear of them.
I think I would say insecure.
Okay.
Full of pizza.
That feeling of maybe conflicted about this sort of, should you use your powers, should you not use your powers? Like, you did it this time. Could you have done it like if Miranda wasn't there? And that kind of sense of like doubt in yourself.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I was like, Miranda's like, yeah, you did great. Following my advice, doing what I said.
Here's the thing: is it still the case that at some point Miranda's going to take a condition if she tells me not to use my power?
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
still gonna
ongoing.
happen.
That's until the next time you use your powers. If she does or if she doesn't. And you didn't use them this time. The next time you take burn. Yeah, wow, that went great for you. Spark.
I have like 2 versions, but I don't think I'm doing either of them.
It's okay. If you don't think so, I will say you don't have to. Like that's kind of
Yeah.
You don't have to celebrate if you don't want to.
In which case, what does it look like? Everyone else feels really good about this. And it makes sense for you, Spark, because you know something that all of them don't know. And it makes sense that they're all like, yeah, we did great. Like, no one got hurt. I would say, Miranda, probably every time someone says that, you are reminded that someone did get hurt.
Yep.
And like Spark, you may be just sort of sitting there.
That's why I'm guilty and insecure.
Quietly.
Spark's like oddly quiet, shoving pizza in her mouth and feeding Skip pizza under the table.
Are you okay?
And like Skip puts his head in your lap, like, are you okay? Your vital signs are indicating a level of not excitement.
I'm fine.
Oh,
You're not. Pizza isn't being eaten as fast as normal.
I'm just eating, okay? Leave me alone.
Oh. Okay.
we see head on table, like tongue, like just pulling a piece of pizza.
Ew.
Very slow,
Yeah, just,
invisible.
yeah, that
drag.
dog like. And like, if anyone's gonna notice.
They do it so slowly that no one will ever notice.
Yeah.
Right in front of their eyes.
Everyone notices.
Oh yeah, there's stuff we don't know. Excellent. So, okay. And Miranda's like, something's definitely wrong with Charlotte. I'm gonna switch to lighter topics. So, how did it go with your mum?
Charlotte's phone is going off, and
I think you
she
just turned your phone
Get
off.
it? What?
Did you just
turned
like
your phone
turn
off
your
in the
phone off
car.
or like put it on silent or?
I have it on silent, I think, probably.
Okay. Yeah, you've just been completely ignoring it.
Frey is just like, you know what? Spot.
Ray said that I could stay at the fortress, so I'm gonna stay at the fortress.
Look at Frey.
I give the later face, like, and don't worry, Spark, we're here to help. But there was a thing you wanted to tell me, right?
Not here.
Oh, okay. I need to go and get my car.
I can go with you.
It might
Need a hand?
close soon. We can probably just get it tomorrow.
I'm gonna see if I can get it now, because it's not technically it's Claire's, and she might be a bit mad at me for multiple reasons. So
You sure you don't want to look after Spark and talk to her in our haven?
I don't know.
And discuss things.
Skip is just eating all of the pizza. Like every time none of you are looking at the table, he's like, just takes another piece.
Miranda goes to like grab a slice without looking at it, like staring at Frey, and it's like, where's the pizza?
I'm just looking between everyone like,
You know what? We should all get some rest, and I will get the car tomorrow. Unless someone else wants to volunteer and go and get it.
Well, we should definitely get the car. What if we need it tomorrow? What if there's people that need help? and then we don't have a vehicle to get there, and then we're slow, and then something happens, and then we're not able to get there.
I could go to retrieve it.
Can someone else retrieve someone else's car?
Can you drive?
Presumably I can drive.
It's like a series
That
of
makes sense.
stacking questions. I think the answer to Spark's question is you probably do need to be the registered owner of the vehicle, and Frey would know that the vehicle's in his name.
Oh, okay. In that case, I'll get it as soon as I can. I'm gonna go now.
Actually, wait, would the vehicle be in Frey's name or in Claire's name?
That's up to Claire whether she's transferred or not. I imagine Claire is all powerful. She can get this done if she wanted to, or would she be controlling? Okay, she'd have it. Yeah. Okay.
Or Frey has to talk to Claire, one or the other.
No, it'd be in his name because she wants him to be the adult. Like, he's got to deal with the consequences if something happens to the car. So
Okay.
it's like, it's on him. She got it for him, but it's on him to fix the problems that happen with it.
How do you
Okay.
claim a superhero vehicle? Do you go in as the superhero and be like, I am Frey. It is registered
Yeah, I think
to
you
Frey.
can have a vehicle like registered to your superhero identity. You could also register it to like an organization that will like keep track of it for you.
And that way any of us can pick it up.
Right. Or yeah, because so like teams, like here's the thing, right? This is a world in which heroes are also maybe a little bit of a business. So like a lot of superhero teams will like set up like a business for
Like
themselves.
a company car.
Yeah, it's like a company car. But a lot of superhero vehicles probably just aren't registered. You know, like the Batmobile probably was never registered. They just like, I don't think it had license plates. They just sort of never, either they're rich enough that they just replaced the vehicle or it's like automated to drive back to them or something.
You just go to like the impound lot and there's 12 Batmobiles and they're like, 12 months this once, 12th vehicle this month. It's terrible. Just gotta get more space for them. And they would keep auctioning them off, and you like look outside, and there's like a dozen Batmobiles scattered around like the traffic because people kept buying them from the impound lot.
It seems like I should go and get the car. Spark, do you want to come with me?
Ray.
Sure. Or I can stay, whatever.
We'll be right back. Unless you want to stay, that's fine.
Charlotte, you want to talk?
Yeah, I can stay and talk, and you can go get the car. I can tell you the other thing later. It's fine.
Okay.
I look between Randa and Spark, and I'm like, "Need a hand, Frey?"
Oh, you sure? Yeah, I'd
Yeah,
appreciate
just-
that.
Yeah.
Okay, so after this very long conversation, Kip has eaten most of the pizza. And we just see like, you know, the doggy's got like a distended belly because he's just like trying to stuff it in there.
You didn't eat all of that,
Frey
did you?
and Burnout are gonna go get the car, and Charlotte and Miranda are gonna stay at Storm Fortress and talk.
Mhm.
This is the final plan that has been decided upon.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So you split up, you like bust your table, you split up. Miranda, Charlotte, you head back up to Storm Fortress. Liam, Casper, you presumably go up, change, and then leave.
Yeah, we're
guess so.
in the appropriate costume for whether it's registered as a superhero vehicle or not.
I think actually it probably was from Claire. So yeah, you go as Frey. So the two of
I'm
you
here to collect my car.
walk through the city.
In the-
Make your way slowly over to the impound lot, or one of the many
So-
impound lots.
That raises a small question then. So he will have to present like identification. Do you have like
Yeah,
a
I
superhero
think-
card?
Yeah, I think so. I think you have like registered,
superheroes.
which isn't to say that all superheroes are registered. It's just that there is like in a city with this many, there's probably some sort of official system. Like there's a whole school for it.
This is what Captain
Am I
America
registered?
died fighting to resist. Ugh.
Did I register as a superhero?
I don't know. You decide.
Like, if it was a thing where I could just go down to an office and be like, I have powers, here's a demonstration of my powers, can I have an identification card? then I
Is that
would.
why you graduate from school though? Is to get
Well, and I think the difference is though, it's not about having powers. It's about whether or not you want to be considered a superhero. Because there's probably like legal protections for superheroes, like Good Samaritan laws and things like that are specific to people who are like, I'm registering as a superhero.
And then we probably call people who aren't registered vigilantes.
Right.
Hmm.
Right. And
I'm-
so it's
I'm
not about
probably-
whether or not you have powers. Like it's not registering like abilities. It's not the mutant registration. It's like about whether or not you want to have literally the profession of superhero.
Yeah. They'd
If
probably
I try
like
to start the
take a
process,
note on
but
your-
if it's slow, I'm not really trying to do it.
Probably.
If there's lots of forms I have to keep sending, and I
So
gotta
many
get like
forms.
counter signatures and stuff.
It's
then
because your
I'm like,
powers keep changing.
whatever.
They're like, right, if you want to, you can fill the power bit in, and you like start filling it in, and you're like, excellent, I should submit this. And then you're like, no, I need to put an update on that, and my powers have just evolved. I've got more now.
Or
Yeah.
people are like, how do I even write this? It's like origin. I'm like, oh, that's really confusing.
I don't even know. There's like a unknown box.
Oh yeah, there's always
So,
an
like I
unknown
imagine
origin.
it as a little bit like My Hero Academia, if you've ever seen that, right? Because this is a world where people like everyone has powers, or almost everyone does, but like superhero is a profession, and so people register as a superhero, which is separate, like it's a job. So you almost think about like getting your like being a teacher, right? You have to be registered with the state. And if you do that, that gives you certain legal protections that you like wouldn't have if you just chose to be a vigilante.
Okay, yeah, I feel like I've not completed that process. I'm just kind of working on it.
Cool.
I like how this stemmed from, we need to pick up a car from the impound lot.
Mm.
And now
No,
we know
they're
about
like-
half the lore about superheroes.
These are good questions, and that's kind of the nature of this world that we've built, where it's like semi-legitimate, and it's not like the Marvel universe where it's just like people doing it.
Mm.
This whole civilization's kind of more built around it. And
I
this
imagine
may
it
be-
was the people doing it during the Silver Age.
Yeah, right. Because this is heroes have been around for so long now, and I think also that this may be unique to Gale City, which has such a concentration of this. Whereas if you go to another city, that may not be the case, or other countries.
I imagine, like, maybe the school opened, then more superheroes came because of the school, and then they're like,
Right.
okay, we need to do something about this.
Right. So you head over to the impound lot. You approach, and I mean, we don't need to like play out the whole scene. It's annoying. It's awkward. They ask you a lot of questions. They're like, "Oh, I see here. So there's a secondary owner. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, huh." Well, you have your appropriate insurance. As long as you have the impound lot fee, we can release your vehicle.
I just look at Burnout. There's only like one pocket in this costume, and it does not have a wallet in it.
You really need to be working with a different designer. The old school designers just didn't believe in pockets, but there's a new trend for lots of pockets in costumes. I believe the designer was R. Linfield.
Well, I would have a utility belt. I mean,
Pockets everywhere.
Uh,
Although I don't think you have the build. He has a very specific shape of person he likes to work with.
that's good to know. I'll keep the name in mind. No, that's it. It's here. I've
Great. I'll just process this for you.
it's not too expensive, is it?
An impound lot fee. I know it's probably like a couple $100.
God damn
Does it bounce?
it. It doesn't bounce, but guess what? No more pizzas. Just ramen. Just noodles. Noodles forever now.
Only ramen. I mean, they're 10 cents a packet. They're real cheap.
Mm.
With that, they hand you back the keys, and like they kind of give you this stern look. They're like, "Be careful. Just because you're a hero doesn't mean your car can't get impounded. You should consider getting like the hero emergency parking placards, which are only, and they list off like it's a bunch of money that you have to pay for all of these things, but I mean like, oh, you put this placard out, and your car doesn't get towed, and gives you like a certain period of time.
I knew there must be a thing.
Beautiful. Thank you. I will
Here's
consider
the
it.
paperwork.
Thank you. And I'm assuming the suspension on this Honda Fit goes down a few.
Yeah.
Well, I put the stuff in there. And then I realized that the reason it got impounded is because the car is broken. So I jump the car, and then
So you go back in and you're like, can I get a jump?
yeah.
And they like go to the back and they get their engineer like they're like so-and-so, another hero needs a jump.
This is a common occurrence. I see. At least I'm just ticking off the hero boxes,
So eventually you get the car restarted, the Stormmobile, and you can drive back. Were you and Liam planning on talking about anything on your way to or from?
I was thinking of. Yeah, so when we're driving, I'll be like, so what happened with Spark and her parents?
Well, I can't say exactly. I wasn't there, but I was leaving, and then got overtaken by Spark riding her dog. So really, I can't imagine it went particularly well. She was upset. It
That
wasn't.
makes sense. She really wants to do this, but I can kind of see why her parents don't want her to do it. Just the same reason, roughly, that my parents don't want me to do it, but I also said I'm doing it anyway.
Yeah, but it's different for a 12-year-old. I mean,
Yes.
you're at least, I mean, not to say that Spark isn't responsible, but older, more experienced, done more stupid stuff.
Yeah.
You are holding yourself pretty well out there. If I had to guess and I didn't know you in your past, I would probably say you were trained. So.
That's nice to hear. Honestly, I don't know what I'm doing.
No one does. That's the key.
I'm just trying to keep up with the powers.
Are they changing?
They advance a bit, yeah.
Do you know why yet?
Yes.
No one's really explained it to me. You don't have to. I trust you. But like we're here to help Spark while she's having a argument with her parents, I'm not sure. Here for you as well.
That means a lot. It's slightly more pleasant than the nagging I get from Miranda about it sometimes.
She's not keen on you using your powers, is she?
No.
Is there a reason for that?
It doesn't do me any favors using them. But I would rather be out there doing something and saving people rather than just sitting about not doing that.
I'd rather you were out there as well.
Thank you for understanding.
Hey. But cool. Or whatever.
Want to roll comfort and support, Josh?
He's gonna try.
Oh no. Oh no, it's all gonna fall apart. Oh no.
Become a
Not
victim
the dice.
of the
You do have
comforting.
influence over burnout.
I do have influence.
Oh, yeah.
But that still doesn't help that much. Oof.
Influence makes it, or did you imply influence?
No, I
already?
included the influence.
Oh no! Get away.
Yeah.
I think what happens, there's no team to spend or anything. I think what happens is, like, when it starts to get a little too mushy, Frey's just like and like nudges you in the shoulder and just like.
You could surrender your influence over him to gain a +1.
Oh.
I'm the leader. That's not a good idea.
Remember how often we get influence at the end of the game?
Oh yeah. I guess I get. Okay.
Oh, you could have that potential.
I think.
I feel like Josh is having an aneurysm right now.
That was, I think, Dean.
I will surrender the influence.
Aww.
So you take
It's
advantage.
finally a hit.
And it becomes a hit. I think in this instance, right, because you were being like, I would rather, you're kind of telling him like taking that position of a leader. So in which case you have succeeded in your comfort and support. So burnout, you can mark a clear condition, shift your labels, or mark potential.
If you open up.
I think.
You gotta open up.
Yeah, I think definitely I want to clear insecure because I got insecure from Miranda about no, don't use your powers, and then I'm getting.
Okay.
the
Yeah,
opposite.
and Freya's just told you like, nah, fuck that. Use your powers.
Praise the worst.
Great, clear it.
Frey is the best.
Okay.
He doesn't know that it's he knows that it's not good for him, but he doesn't know it's killing him.
That is true.
I'm like, thanks.
And then my other question was, did you want to pierce the mask at any point, Josh?
Oh. Yeah, let's do another roll.
You penetrate that
The problem
mask.
is the order
Pierce
that
the
you
mask
put
is
it down
also
on the one.
mundane.
No, you don't have influence, so you don't get a +1 anymore.
I do not get a +1.
Do it. Do it.
God damn it.
4.
You mark
Wait.
potential this time.
But you get potential.
Liam seems like a little bit of a closed book. You don't really know what.
Frey really wants to know, but it's like, I did literally say you don't have to tell me. God damn it. Big mistake.
You don't have to tell me, but
But I would
But
like
give
to
me
know.
clues.
also
Yeah,
your ship name
like,
is
after-
Bay.
No, I am going to say this. How badly does Frey want to know?
Frey was told to keep an eye on them,
Uh-huh.
but at this instant, clairvoyance has no influence over him, so he's just gonna throw caution to the wind.
Do you want
And
to use your powers?
yeah, go on then.
My whole job is just like, you want to do a thing?
If you hit the doom, you'd already be dead.
He's so good at it. Just listen to my little whispers.
That's just a straight freak roll, right? I don't get to do it. No.
It could potentially be your grade school one.
That's more an intellectual obstacle. I don't think it would apply in this kind of.
Because you were trying to, you're trying to extend your senses.
Oh, extend your senses or overcome an intellectual obstacle. Oh, okay. Yeah, then I
Well,
guess.
because the intellectual obstacle is burnout's not telling you what's going on. You would like to learn information by extending your senses. By using
I didn't read the all,
weird side.
but yes. Okay, I get to roll with some actual things now.
Just barely.
I hit.
Are you driving right now?
Yeah.
Cool, great. That's all I needed to know. So okay, let's backtrack this whole conversation. You've been talking to Burnout. You said like you don't have to do this. Burnout, do you say anything in response to anything that Frey has been telling you?
I probably just say something like I appreciate you like allowing me to do things the way I want to do them. To use my powers how I like.
And like as
Giving
he's
him
saying
some
that,
lines to read between.
Frey, you just look at him, and your ghost vision fully takes over, and you fully stop paying attention to driving. And you see, like, you get an almost future vision, but not quite. Like, you see these sort of tracks, like these images kind of around burnout, and I think you very clearly see him slowly getting destroyed and consumed by this shadow that reminds you of that feeling that you had in his dimension. And you see him like fade away, and then there's a moment where he's not even there. He just disappears in your vision. And then screech as you slam into the back of a car.
I'm like, whoa, look out! And then we hit the car.
And the airbags deploy.
I have a thing for this. Here we go.
Oops.
Just take my face out of the airbag. Like, what the hell? When you're looking at the road.
Distracted. Sorry, you. I'm going to check if the other people are okay.
Yeah.
So we'll pause there, and we'll go to Charlotte.
Two superheroes get out of a vehicle. They just crashed into a civilian.
And you crashed. No, they crashed in the back of the Golden Girls.
Golden Gales.
That's the one.
Golden Gale.
Golden Girls.
Yeah.
They've all got
The
dislocated
Golden
hips.
Oh no.
But back at Storm Fortress, Miranda and Charlotte. What do you
When Charlotte gets into the Storm Fortress, she immediately goes over to the PC and she's like typing in some things, and then she's like gonna set herself up a place to sleep.
There were 4
Miranda's-
rooms here, so you can claim one as your own.
Oh. She claims one as her own. Then never mind. That's where she's going, is into the room that's where the computer is.
Oh yeah. You go into the room and you just close the door, like full on teenager.
No, she doesn't close the
syndrome.
door and lock it or anything like that. She just goes in.
Miranda's gonna just spend 5 minutes just letting Charlotte do her thing while being like, obviously, like, I want to talk because I'm standing here waiting.
Yeah, Charlotte's just gonna keep doing her thing.
Charlotte?
What? Do you need something? Can I help you?
Yeah, what's wrong?
Nothing.
You were acting kind of weird about what was going on at the factory. And then when we mentioned your mum...
I just have a lot to think about. I mean, my mom made me really mad.
How so?
She doesn't think I can do things on my own. And she wants to ground me for being a superhero. I'm just trying to help people.
I don't think they're really mad about you being a superhero.
Well, why would you ground me for being late because I was helping people?
I think they're kind of sad you didn't tell them.
I couldn't. We were in another dimension and then we had to go help people.
Or that you went to school for superheroes and you were training to be a superhero.
I mean, they knew what school I was going to. Kind of.
You did tell them you were
Like, it's a-
doing the mundane courses.
Yeah, like a flashback moment, like, oh, how did the mundane course go today, honey? Like, just general studies, and you like
Muggle
doctoring like
studies. Yeah.
your like report cards, like hacking into the system so they come from a different program.
Okay, fair enough.
Like, they've lived with you and raised you and looked after you for 12 years, and then suddenly finding out that you've kind of been lying to them about such a big thing. I don't think they're mad that you're a superhero. They're pretty down to earth, and after initial shock, they'd get over that. But I think what they're really annoyed about is that they don't know you as well as they wish they did.
Yeah. They found out about Skip now, too.
I vomited confetti and then I used my rocket boots.
Yeah. I rocket
It was a
booted
good
out of
day.
the house. After I was fighting with my mom.
He's going to be really worried about you.
Yeah, she's probably called me about 100 times now.
Miranda, you also have some missed calls on your phone. But you notice they came in like probably during that time period you were in the facility.
Okay.
So they would have like tried to call and not connected. And then there's just like a text message that's just like, where is she? Or do you know where she is?
They tried to call me when we were in the factory as well. And I did promise that I'd look after you.
I know. And you did. You have.
And I will always, but
And if I'm here, then it'll be even easier for you to look out for me.
can you imagine how much worry that your parents are going through right now?
But that's it. They shouldn't worry. I can take care of myself.
I know that. But they're still concerned. Most 12-year-olds aren't able to pass the final exams at Gotcha. Most 12-year-olds can't kill AIs that have taken over factories and save people from getting slaughtered with laser robots. You've been
I guess that's
lying to
okay.
them, pretending you're a normal 12-year-old. And so
just
they
afraid.
don't think you're ready.
I'm just afraid that if they do know more, then they still won't.
Your parents are smart, right?
Yeah, about some things.
And just be honest with
I
them.
mean, they didn't figure out Skip was the robot dog, so they're not that smart.
Yeah, okay, that's a little bit.
Skip looks at you like, I am not good at pretending to be a dog?
No, you're really good. That's why they didn't know.
Oh, okay. It was not my fault. Good.
You should probably just talk to them and tell them that you were concerned about that. Just be honest with them.
But then they're gonna want me to come home.
Sure, spend a few days at home with them. Maybe talk to them about your powers, introduce them to Skip. There's this whole aspect of your life that they haven't met. Don't think about it as being grounded for a few days. Think about it as actually getting to know your family with this whole other side of your life. And then, in a few days' time, once you're not grounded, ask if you can have a sleep over here.
Ugh. I don't want to go back to being grounded. It's so boring.
Miranda, are you trying to provoke Charlotte? To get her to do something that you want?
No, the way Provoke is worded, like, technically yes, but the way Provoke is worded, I want her to do it under her own steam.
Okay.
You could use your influence if you have it.
Can you burn? Yeah, you can burn influence to do that, can't you? I never find the burn influence stuff. What is it I can do for that?
No, it's the when you surrender your influence, there's 3 things you can pick from. None of them would be the thing that you want.
Okay.
If you wanted to leverage your influence to get her to do what you'd want, then you could spend your influence to do the provoke move.
No. I don't really want to force her to do it. I want her to do it under her own steam, so no. Charlotte, it's
And
gonna be a
again,
few
it's not
days.
forcing. It's you're offering someone a reward for doing it, essentially.
Okay, so if I surrender my influence, I offer her a reward.
No, so it's not like strings, right? It's so in this instance, you would roll the provoke move. If you succeed on it, then on a basically you could add team to the pool if she does it, and that'd be the positive. You could be like, you should do this because it's good for us, and you could use that influence to give yourself a boost to the roll if you wanted.
Yeah, okay, I'll roll it anyway then. I'm gonna roll a provoke. I have a forward +1 from my thingamabob. I have influence, so that is a flat roll. I'm -2 for guilty. Joy. That's a massive miss.
Yeah, even if you surrendered that influence, it wouldn't give you anything. So yeah, you try, but I think Charlotte, you are very stubborn right now.
Yeah.
Look, I don't know. I think maybe I do it the opposite way. I'll just stay here for a few days, and then I can go home and deal with that later.
I made a promise to your parents that I don't want to upset them anymore.
Well, you can go talk to them. My mom likes you. Well, I think.
Pretty sure
she
your
does.
mum will crucify me.
You could talk to my dad. Papa was. Well, he seemed the most interested in everything. I think my mom is hiding some things. She talked about my uncle. She said she didn't want me to turn out like him. I found out that he might have had something to do with the Rhine Corps stuff. He might be mixed up in all of this.
Okay. Charlotte, I don't want your parents to distrust the rest of the team as well.
But maybe we should just trust her. She's hiding something. And
Sure. Then how about
when I was
you talk to
looking
your
for
dad?
a robot, or trying to help fix the robot situation, I realized something. That the company my mom works for is Nexus Synopsis, and their OSs are on everything. Maybe they're interlinked in it somehow. And my mom mentioned something about containment? I don't know.
Spark, I think you might be able to start piecing things together. That she said the program broke containment the other
The
day.
program broke containment.
That was what she had said. I think it was that, or like the protocol had broken containment. But it was some variation on that. And like I think like in Spark's brain, maybe not right away, but like those things will start weaving it together with the Nexus synaptics on the
Nexus
rest
Synoptics.
system and the Skip 1.0.
Okay. How about you talk to just your dad then?
And tell him what?
You could meet somewhere that's not home, not here. And you could just tell him about what it's like being a superhero and why you're worried. I don't think they want to stop you being a superhero. I think they're just worried. They've been better friends with you than I have for 12 years. They're family.
I get that. But we've got a lot of other things to worry about. Do you not hear what I just said? What if my mom isn't all part of this?
Then
What if I
talking to your dad might help. Maybe he knows something.
Or maybe he's in on it too.
In which case we get more information.
I don't know, I'm scared.
I'll protect you, you know that. They're scared
Do you
too.
think I should tell everyone else about the other thing? I mean the other thing.
Why? I mean, maybe, but we haven't seen the other thing since it left, right?
Right.
I'm piercing the mask on that. Because I know she's worried and she's brought this up.
Pierce the shit out of that mask.
I have
I
the
got-
afraid condition, so I've been trying to play that up.
You
this
are
is a-
lying so much.
I know.
That is a hit.
Yeah. You get to ask one question.
Is it like a 10 because of influence or anything?
I include influence in that.
Lost her influence on me.
No, I didn't lose it because I didn't burn it to get the +1 in the end.
Would
Okay.
have made a difference.
What are you worried about? Is that a question I can ask?
That's a long list.
True.
But
But
yeah,
specifically
I
about
feel like
this topic, because you're being cagey about it.
I
Yeah.
think that's fine. From the conversation and from her reaction, it seems like she is afraid of what's happening with her family, and the other thing, and she definitely does not want to go home.
Okay.
She's afraid of going home.
Okay. You're afraid of a lot of things right now, and I know it's scary. Just, if you don't want to go home, at least talk to your parents and let them know you're okay. Because they'll be as afraid as you right now. And we haven't seen the other thing since it left. Everyone makes mistakes on their first project. You don't need to be afraid about that.
Can I tell them that I'm staying with you?
If you want.
Thanks, Miranda.
I imagine they'll want to talk to me as well. I won't lie to your parents, though. I won't tell them where we are if you don't want me to.
You can't tell anybody where our fortress is, then it won't be a secret anymore.
I know. I won't tell them. Like, I won't lie to them either.
I understand. Do you think it's wise to do that? To not lie? What if it's something big, and that if other people find out, it can make things worse or hurt someone?
I honestly believe the best policy is just be truthful. And don't distrust someone until they've really shown there's something to distrust. Your parents have been really nice, and I'm sure it's just a misunderstanding. Your mom's probably not a supervillain. It's hard to be a working mom and a supervillain at the same time. There's a lot of overlap and conflict.
She's not home that often, though. She works all the time, and last Sunday she was working on a Sunday.
Well, I'm sure there's a reason. At least talk to them, okay? I'm trying to comfort and support, I guess, because I thought that she's guilty about nothing, because Skip, all that stuff is not going on.
Yeah, roll it.
Well, you know that she's worried about that.
Yeah, I didn't use the envy thing, so I'm just rolling mundane. And it's a hit.
Okay. So Charlotte can shift labels, clear condition, or mark potential.
I think she's still afraid, so I don't know if it's smart to remove.
Well, because you lied to me, so I'm comforting you about the entire wrong thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mark potential.
Yeah,
Or
mark
you can
potential.
shift your labels, but there's no liar stat.
That's
I'm
called
sorry.
superior. Superior liar.
Yeah, that would be superior. Or
The
maybe
thing is
mundane.
that she's been obviously obvious, and every single time someone has rolled to pierce the mask,
They're like, oh, yeah, nothing.
I rolled successfully, and I
You
said, like, what's you guilty about? And you were like, everything. I was like, okay, that's fine.
she is guilty, or she is afraid of all those things, though. But one of them is the thing that you were curious about. So
Okay, cool. All right.
Do you want me to call your parents for you and you can tell them?
Sure. I think a phone call's fine.
Okay.
Also, using your dreams, I might have figured out some more things for Burnout, his situation.
Oh,
But I think we have to go back in.
we can do that. I mean, it'll take Ray and Burnout a while to get the car back.
Meanwhile, right. I think here's the other thing that's happening. Is it's unstable, so you can't stop it yet. Like your shadow vision is kind of it's not good right now. It's like you're really drunk or high or something.
That's not good.
Yeah.
This hasn't happened before.
Yeah.
I should see a doctor if it persists.
For at least 4 hours, yeah.
Yeah,
But
so
you
I
did crash into a car, and the person gets out of the car, and they're clearly quite angry. And actually, let me see. I'm gonna roll even odds on whether or not how hurt they are. So,
They're
yeah,
dead.
let's
They're
do a regular 1 to 6. We'll see how hurt they are. Six is fine. One is really hurt.
One.
Oh, sorry.
Oh dear.
Oh!
2.
They do not get out of the car.
Oh no. Yeah, so Frey stumbles around like leading himself by the cars and like
No, are they
knocks on the window.
Yeah, you look in there, and I think you like have a moment, Frey, where you simultaneously Schrodinger's cat this, like you simultaneously see them as fine and dead at the same time.
Frey freaks out. It's like,
I'm gonna run
Burn
round the car to get to the door and have a look.
I think they're dead.
You all right? What? I take a look in the
The person is like conscious, but like clearly out of it. Like you see, like as the airbag kind of deflates slightly, like there's bruising and scratch, like there's some blood. Like they've clearly experienced some significant whiplash and like smacked their head on something. But they look alive. They're just quite hurt, like not going to get out of the car on their own volition.
Oh god, they're a bit messed up, but it's okay. Call an ambulance.
Frey just keeps switching between like they're completely fine and like getting out of the car into you, and then also they're dead, and then also they're like injured. Like you see all of the 1 to 6 options simultaneously.
Yeah. So Frey does not call an ambulance. He starts to like describe parts of different options that are happening at various times, and just, like starts to like quantify it and steps back a bit and basically freaks out.
Is he just like kind of babbling gibberish?
I think so. Yeah. It probably doesn't make any sense to you, Burnout, as like he steps back in the car. At this point, like traffic is also starting to pile up. Like, you know, cars have to go around this. Other people have stopped, and like a couple of other people are getting out, being like, is everything okay? You know, and like someone's on the phone calling an ambulance. Burnout, what are you doing?
I'm gonna check over the guy and see if there's anything immediately I can do to help him. And then I'm also gonna be looking over at Frey, like, are you all right? Did you hit your head?
You just like push Frey out of the side and just rip the door off because you're not even thinking about it. And the person, he's like, I'm
gonna rip the door off. I feel like we've caused this guy enough trouble already. I probably just moved
like
Frey.
you open it with more force than maybe you needed to.
Okay.
Because you're real strong. You're just like
Yeah. Strength.
And then you kind of go in there because like it also crushed some of the cars, so it's probably not like as easy to open, right? You slammed in, I would say, at least 30 miles an hour. Like Frey was driving down a road and just hit the back of another car.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So you pull the door open and
sit
the
down
person,
for a minute.
Like, they're vaguely responsive. They're sort of half answering questions. What? Like you see, like there's like blood in their mouth. Like they probably like their tooth might have gone through their lip or something.
I'm just like, stay sitting here. Are you okay? You in anywhere in particular pain? I mean, I know you're in pain, but anywhere particularly bad?
Neck sore.
Okay, just keep your head relaxed. I like recline his driver's seat.
Frey, what are you doing? Freaking out.
Frey is explaining to a ghost that he is sorry and didn't mean to hit.
He's in like the injury level 4 world right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
the guy's
Burnout,
yelling
you
at
turn
him.
around and like Frey's just talking to the air.
Like, okay, I've got 2 people to look after, right? I look around like, any doctors around?
And I think as you're doing this, like eventually an ambulance shows up and like the paramedics will like push you away. People like police show up, they start taking your information. Frey, I think slowly you start coming to, but you're probably going to need help to fully snap out of this. So Burnout, like everyone just ends up talking to you. And so they start like being like, oh, I need your insurance detail. What happened? And the ambulance like puts him on a stretcher, takes the guy away.
I give them what I can.
You see Frey still just like talking to people who aren't there.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get I'm just gonna try and give them the information they need and go back and see what's wrong with Frey.
1 minute he's like, hello, officer. And the next minute he's like, why hasn't the ambulance arrived yet?
Yeah. Yeah, once I've got away from that, I'm gonna be like, Frey, are you all right? I think you hit your head or something. Just sit down in the car.
No, I'm fine, but this guy, I've really hurt.
You're not fine. Just sit down. It's everything's under control.
Burnout keeps alternating between being there and being gone.
Yeah, so he's just gonna blurt it out like, what is eating you? Like, what is... Where did you go?
What are you talking about?
I can hear you, but you're just gone. And he pops back like, okay, now stay there. Don't go anywhere.
I didn't move. I'm right here.
I like you too much for you to go anywhere. Don't do that again.
What?
You disappeared on me.
I didn't. I went over to give them some information for a minute. Can you just sit down and relax for a minute? You're babbling. I think
Okay.
your head or something. Maybe the airbag didn't work right. That guy got messed up. I try and just lead him to the car and force him into a seat.
Yeah.
It starts reality starts coalescing, I think, as Burnout starts directing you and someone else kind of takes over, and everything seems to there's still figments, but it slowly becomes Burnout is there, and you see what happened. You see the person in the stretcher, the ambulance that's there, and reality becomes more apparent.
I'm right here.
I messed up again.
It's all right. I'm sure we can get the insurance stuff sorted out. The superhero insurance, right? I hope we have that.
I do. I think.
Yeah, no, that was reality 6.
Oh dear.
Branching timelines now. We have to do 6 episodes a week.
We do the same mission every time, but something different happens. In one of them, the accident never happened.
Yeah.
You didn't
That's
go.
okay.
You stayed. You went up to the fortress.
And another
So
one,
before we go
Casper
too deep down
swerves
the
at the last
spiders.
minute and goes into a crowd of school killers.
I'm gonna be like, right, we can get the car taken away. We can just go back to the fortress. We can take a taxi next time we need to get somewhere till this gets fixed.
I'm gonna have to ask Spark to do something. It needs an upgrade anyway, so hopefully she'll be cool with that.
Collision avoidance system, maybe.
Would you mind driving?
I look at the car. Is it drivable?
No.
Let's take a walk. But first, we're gonna have to get this thing recovered.
So you get the car towed, back to Storm Fortress or to the nearest car repair place?
It'd be the nearest repair place.
Okay, you get it towed to a repair shop, and then the two of you walk, and by this time, reality is real again to you, Frey.
Okay.
So we're walking back. I'm like, you had a weird moment there. Is everything all right now?
Yes, everything's fine now. I shouldn't have done that. Sorry. It's about time we got back and helped Charlotte.
I'm just gonna let all that go.
What did happen?
You know, powers freak out sometimes.
True.
Because I was trying to figure out what your power was.
What do you mean?
Well, I've had some clues, and I really wanted to know, put it all together myself, so that I could, I don't know, help figure it out. I don't know, just know what's going on with one of the team members. But I saw a shadow over your shoulder a very long time ago. And I was hoping I could see it again, maybe figure something more out. But you weren't there. At all.
What do you mean?
I think it was the future.
That would make sense.
Why would that make sense? Burnout.
Bernard looks down. He also looks a little bit upset. It is my future. I guess that's confirmation.
So I'm not the only one that saw this coming.
No. I was pretty sure that was what was happening.
Do you know why?
I think I understand.
Okay. Will it stop you from being who you are? A hero?
Not for now.
Right. Well, I'm not going to change what I said. I still trust you. But I guess I'm also going to have to trust you to ask for help when you need it. Because at some point in your future, seems like you might need it.
I don't know that there is anything to do.
You know I'm a detective, right? So
I
just
also
say
know
the
that-
word and I can detect. I can find out whether you're right or wrong.
Oh, well, good for you right now.
It worked so well.
You also said that you just saw me disappear.
Yeah. Unless you have the power to go invisible, it's just a metaphor. It doesn't mean it's going to happen, it means it could happen. And it'd be cool to have you stick around for as long as possible.
You think there's a way to avoid it?
I don't know. But just because I can see the future doesn't mean that it's set in stone.
I've had this conversation with Miranda. She wants to try and find a way. Guess you can help.
doesn't sound like you're particularly invested in this particular endeavor.
I don't see a way it's gonna work. And I feel like it would just waste time, and I don't have much time.
There's only one way to find out. But in the meantime, you're right. There's hero work to be done.
You're a pretty good leader, you know. I know there's gonna be mistakes from time to time, and there's gonna be things that don't work, but you're keeping it all together.
Frey just hugs Burnout.
Kind of blink a bit, and then I'll hug back awkwardly.
Do you want to end the scene there? Because we can end it there.
Seems good.
Okay. I don't know if anyone had any roles they wanted to make, but no, I'm good with it.
I was considering doing the my share of vulnerability move of ask them if there's hope for me, but the options are yes or no, and he said I don't know, so probably nothing happens there.
That's fair.
That's Frey for you.
Well, it's hard when you see multiple possible realities.
That classifies as hope, right? That means there's a chance.
I mean, I think so. If you don't say no, I feel like that it does mean there is a chance.
I suppose, yeah.
Yeah.
Hope is like there's a possibility, not a it's certain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the question is there hope for me? And yes would be there might be a way of fixing it.
Is there hope for you? Yes.
In that case,
If you want to do that move.
I mark potential or clear a box of Doom Track. Ooh. I'm one away from a level up.
You'll get level up at the end, probably when we all get closer to the team.
I'm gonna clear a Doom Track box.
Okay. So we
The
fade
Doom
out.
screams a little bit.
I just want to go home. They whisper quietly to you. So we come back to Miranda, I think on the phone to Miss Fisher.
Am I using my phone or Spot using her phone and with me for support?
You're probably doing the phone calling, let's be honest.
Oh, you know what? I'll do it from the watch and put it on speakerphone. Because that way we can have it.
It dials like once, maybe, before the phone picks up. Charlotte? Charlotte, are you there?
She's here.
Miranda, you're with her.
Yep, she wanted to talk to you.
Charlotte.
Charlotte's like shaking her head.
She can hear you.
Where have you been? Where are you safe right now? Just tell me you're safe right now.
I'm fine.
And you hear this sort of very audible sigh of relief. Where are you?
I'm safe.
Miranda, where is she?
We're at the base that we have.
Okay. Charlotte, are you coming home?
I'm gonna stay with Miranda.
There's a very long silence.
Miss Fisher, is it okay if Charlotte has an extended sleepover before coming home?
No. But I don't think I have a choice. Do I?
that awkwardness.
You just stare at Charlotte.
I know, it's super awkward, and there's no response for a bit, I don't think.
I know you're angry, Charlotte. I know you're mad. I don't want you to be mad. This is still your home. Your father and I will still be here. We love you. Just come home so we can talk, please.
Sorry, my cat's sneezing. I don't know if you can hear
You
that.
mean Skip sneezing? Skip's like, I am running out of lubricant for my eyes. It's like trying to blow it out of their nose.
Ew.
She's like,
I'll come home. Eventually. I have some things I need to do.
I'll tell the people they don't need to look for you anymore.
You had people looking for me?
You're my daughter, Charlotte. Of course I did. You didn't answer any of my calls. I didn't know you were safe, so
I rode away on a robot dog with rocket feet.
we should talk about Skip another time, it sounds like.
I'm just saying you shouldn't have to worry about me. I can take care of myself. It's what I keep trying to tell you.
I'm your mother, Charlotte. Worrying about you is what I'm supposed to do. I would give anything to keep you safe.
Well, I'm safe.
Miranda,
Yes, Mrs. Fisher?
keep her safe, please.
I promised you I would, and I will.
Okay. I love you, mija.
Te amo, Mama.
You want to call tomorrow to talk before you go to work?
I'll leave that to Charlotte. And then she hangs up.
I'm gonna hug Charlotte.
Charlotte will accept the hug, but she doesn't like hug back. She just kind of sits there.
Could I get something to eat?
Yeah, Skip kind of ate all the pizza.
We could get chocolate and marshmallows? Ice cream?
I like that idea. Also, never mind.
Come on, Charlotte. You can trust me.
Let's do it.
I just want to try that thing so we can figure out if burnout's okay.
We can if you want.
Also, there's another thing. I
Okay.
think I got rid of the other thing. The other thing? Yeah, that one.
Which one's the other thing? There's a lot of other
I look-
things.
I look
Wait.
down at Skip.
The other thing.
Yeah.
Does Skip know about 1.0?
No.
Didn't think so. And he like looks at you. I'm sure he's like eating something and he's like, what?
Nothing.
You got rid of the other thing?
Yeah.
How do you mean got rid of? What happened? Was it at the factory?
Well, I executed the terminate file, so I think it's fine now.
I don't know, that seems too easy. You
Well,
said you
I
made
set
them...
it up as a hidden thing so that only I could do it. And it's encrypted and it has a password.
Maybe. But That does seem way too convenient.
Change playbooks, Margaret.
Well, I also kind of felt like maybe it would be too easy, but also it stopped everything, so I think it's fine.
Maybe it just copied itself into the computer system. And that was a copy.
I didn't see another copy.
Well, it seems odd that we'd be engaged by robots wielding brooms and lasers rather than a powerful
Yeah,
other thing.
maybe he's still around somewhere.
If he is, I'll help. If you want, we can tell the group as well so that they can keep an eye out. If you think that the other thing is actually gonna turn up again.
I don't know. I hope
if-
it doesn't.
If it's hijacking factories and that sort of stuff and taking hostages, it could happen again. Maybe we should tell them. Only if you're okay with it, though.
Well, I'd tell Frey I would tell him, so maybe I just tell Frey.
Right at that moment, Frey, Burnout, you arrive downstairs. Stone Fortress.
Can I provoke her to tell them, and she'll gain a point of potential if... Sure, I'll
Yeah,
roll
you can
that.
roll if you succeed. It's not potential, but it's add team to the pool.
Oh, add team to the pool. That's a positive one. I'll roll that then. Please don't be terrible.
Ooh. Ooh.
2.
Yeah, you know what, Miranda? You just don't have a way with Charlotte today.
I really don't.
Charlotte's gonna do what Charlotte wants to do.
Yep.
You don't have to if you don't want to, but just tell them at some point, maybe.
Alright. Well, now I have even more things to think about.
Wait. I didn't hear them bring the car round.
We both
As we
walk
go up
out
the
of
stairs, I'm like, do you want to tell them or should I?
Why do you have, marks on your face, like something's pressed into it?
Well, then we come through the door.
Yeah, then you come
Okay.
through the door.
Why do you have marks on your face like something's been pressed into it? You okay?
So
Liam, what did Casper do?
there was a slight issue on the way back, and the car's in the shop.
Did you get the car out of the impound?
Briefly.
Mm-hmm.
What
Was-
happened to it? Oh, did you take it to the car because you couldn't get it fixed? Or a car shop because you couldn't get it fixed?
But how did you get it out of the lot?
Ooh. Jumper cables.
Okay, you got it out of the lot with jumper cables, but why did you take it to get fixed?
We had a slight crash.
Car crash.
How bad is slight?
Are you guys okay?
Nobody died.
How bad
Someone
is
get
bad?
We're okay, and so will the other guy be eventually.
What happened?
There was with the looking at burnout. I was, and then it didn't stop. So
There was a powers mishap.
You know you're not meant to use visually impairing powers when driving a motor vehicle.
Yeah, we learned that.
Claire does that all the
Not
time.
everyone when we have a car.
Like Claire's straight up driven with her eyes closed. I think you were like once in a car with her and she's like, watch this. And just like drove without looking.
Mhm.
But it is in the hero code. Do not use visually impairing powers while operating heavy machinery, including motor vehicles.
I think he's learned that lesson now.
Mhm.
Where's the person that got hurt?
Hospital?
How badly were they
Should
hurt?
we send them flowers or something?
We might want to do something like that, yeah.
That's what my mom did when my Lolo was in the hospital.
I could maybe do more?
So you
What do
think
you mean
you
you
could
could
use
do
those healing powers?
You have healing
That briefly,
powers?
that was new.
Well, something's changed. Clutch my pendant.
Something changed. Well, that's good. Healing is a good power to have. I wish I could do that.
I'm not sure it's
Maybe
healing so much as
something that would do that, and then no, maybe.
I'm not sure it's healing so much as just changing reality so it never happened.
I just
Oh.
get a slightly odd look at Tempest. Like, yeah, I suppose undestroying.
Yeah, sure, we'll call it that. Should we go visit them in the hospital together then?
Maybe if you can help them, that they would be a lot more grateful.
Probably.
I
A
don't
good
care
idea.
if they're grateful
Well-
or not. It's we as a team at them. So
Sure, that sounds like a plan.
Mhm.
I realize they probably won't want to see, right? Like, except visitors and stuff like that.
I think actually, how do hospitals work in this world? Because presumably there are people with healing powers. Do they get jobs as doctors?
Some of them might.
Maybe that's already covered.
I imagine like most people with healing powers affect themselves, and those who can give it to other people are like then just paid a lot of money to just stand next to CEOs all the time.
Probably depends, yeah. Depends on whether or not they're
Depends on the
heroes or
person.
mundane people with powers. Like, powers are not massively common. It's just that there are heroes. Like,
Yeah.
it's not like everybody has them. This isn't My Hero Academia.
If it's like even like 0.1 of the population in a city of 1 million people, that's 1,000 people with powers running around.
Right.
But they're mostly students in this city.
I don't think it's
a
mostly
chunk
it's
of
just
them
got a
definitely
a
are.
very high pop. Yeah, because you've got an entire.
100 of them at least are students,
Yeah.
but
Well, we can try visiting, and I can maybe help or something.
If we can make things any better for them, that's a good idea.
We'll give it a
Yeah.
go.
Just
so you plan on heading to the hospital to find this person's car that you smashed into. Does anyone have any other plans? You're all just gonna go in there and be like, "Hey, I'm sorry, I drove my car into your car."
when we get
Yep.
back, we should maybe talk about Dream Girl.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I might have figured out some more things.
Yeah, she had some information on Burnout's powers.
Okay. So, when we get back, decision making and research cram session.
Did you tell them all the things I told you, Frey?
About synaptics.
Yeah.
Not
my
yet,
uncle. Okay.
but we need to dig deep on that. We got some bad guys to catch.
It seems that there's a few different threads to follow.
Wrap it for today. In a dramatic, scene of each of you standing there, saying these final lines. We have some bad guys to catch. with like airbag burn marks on your face.
Can we do the healing of the guy off screen? I'll take condition to activate the power.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm gonna take the condition. Oh dear. Afraid.
What conditions do you have right now?
Guilty and insecure.
Right, I was gonna say guilty would be the go-to. I feel like.
That's my normal.
Don't know.
Hmm.
I would say
I think afraid makes sense because you don't know how this works. You don't know why this is
I'm
happening.
afraid of. Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
The guy in the car definitely got frayed.
You've been frayed. Oh dear. Anyway,
I'm afraid not.
Anyway, thank you for watching Stormforce. Next weekend, we have another episode on the Sunday, and on the Saturday, we have the last episode of Vampire the Masquerade. It's going to be interesting. And the week after, we have a certain new show, Game of Thrones Riverlands, which I do want to add something to things that we've said before. Although I am GMing and that's the cast, Bentham is also helping to co-write. So, going to be interesting.
Yeah, I went to his house and we filled a whiteboard with plotting and a lot of character names.
And incest. We filled it with incest.
We
I
did
give them a lot. I give them my whole family lineage.
Oh god, yeah, you've got like a 12-person family at least.
12 might be underselling it.
Yeah, there might even win that.
Anyway, so that's the thing. Right. Oh, those of you want to know where it's set, it's set just before the beginning of book 1, and will probably extend into the books / TV series. We're gonna use a hybrid universe because most people know the TV series, but there are a couple of things from the books that I really want to tie in. Those of you who've read the books might recognize one of the sigils on the actual announcement. I'll show you very briefly again.
I'd be a bit surprised. It's a more... It's not such a well-known one, I think.
I don't know. I'd recognize it.
I did like the part where someone was like, 3 of these are badass, and one of them is really not.
No, the spoilers. Badass ones are designed by me. Right.
Hey, the one that's not is actually like a real one, kind of.
It's
Right?
certainly
I'm
got
not a lie.
aesthetic.
Yeah.
We'll be doing house announcements this coming week, so look out for those. And I've got to get to work on an intro trailer. I need to start that. Eek. It's not like there's anything that I have to live up to in this universe of trailers.
The character
No.
art is coming in and it's so good too.
Oh, I need to check that to see if there's been any updates.
Yeah. So everyone get hyped. But I think next week, Bentham already said this, we're going to be talking about each of the houses. So you'll learn a little bit about that and figure out which house you want to represent or you like. And then the following week, we'll start introducing you to the characters.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll have our
right.
trailer.
Yes. Right. So we're going to go through everyone and where you can catch them until next week. Let's start off with our illustrious games master, Lauren Random Tuesday, the Red God. Still trying to see people's eyes.
I am, or am I clairvoyant? I can be found pretty much everywhere on the internet at Random Tuesday. You can find me other places playing Dungeons and Dragons and other RPGs as well. Just follow me at Random Tuesday. I post as I didn't post today, but normally I post where I am live, and I do cosplay and other cool stuff. So you can see that on my various social medias. It's good times. It's good times. Thank you. Who wants to go next?
I think the person responsible for the other thing. Let's start off with Charlotte, aka Spark, aka Maggie, aka Margaret Crone, aka Amazing Purple Tongue Flapping Thingy. What about you?
I am not to blame for anything ever. You can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places. I'll let you know whenever I'm doing stuff. I have a lot of things planned coming up, so definitely stick around, follow, and I will let you know when all that's going on. And during the day, I make video games. So if you're interested in the game that I'm working on Ashes of Creation.
Okay.
That's all I got.
And I think I would go with Amazing Train Wreck, but it's actually a car wreck. Casper Frey, Josh, Gaming FTL. What about you?
Hi, when I'm not causing serious car crashes and train wrecks in various role-playing games, you can find me at Gaming FTL everywhere. That's YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Instagram. I make fun videos. We can hang out and chill. I paint models. And I do vampires. Tomorrow, Monday, with the uber sexy Ferris and the normal human amount of sexy EE playing that character. Yeah, you're not a vampire, EE. Sorry. They have supernatural sexiness. I think that's their power. Okay, you're a little bit magic. It's fine. Okay, and a whole like the biggest amount of cast that I've had on Bloodlost. It's going to be. Oh, it's going to be good. Anyway, how about the other half of Bay?
Yeah, I am Bentham, and I have a YouTube channel, and it's called Mangleport Gaming, just to be confusing. And I play lots of games, mainly Satisfactory and more Satisfactory, and occasionally things that are like, but not quite the same as Satisfactory. And some of those are multiplayer Satisfactory things, like one with Yi. And that's basically it. Lots of factory game videos forever, all the time, every day. I'm actually doing a pretty good job at them being every day, which is nice. It's a change. Usually I'm terrible at this.
It helps that I made Bentham do a weekly recording session where we've recorded like almost 2 weeks in advance at some points.
Yeah, he's got me recording a bunch of multiplayer episodes, and then he's uploading them every other day, which means I need to keep up with his upload rate rather than going, I'll do it tomorrow.
Yep, it's great.
It's keeping me on my toes.
People have been telling us that we're basically like Laurel and Hardy. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Or old married couple, so.
One of the two.
Yeah, hi.
The mom of the party.
I will mom you all. And then get myself into danger. A very specific kind of mum. Hi, I'm Enter Elysium. You can find me at youtube.com/Enter Elysium, where I have Imperator Rome going out, I have Battlefleet Gothic, and there's a big update Battlefleet Gothic coming this Thursday, and I get to release videos on it on Wednesday, I think. So definitely check that out. And also Satisfactory Bentham, which is fun. Mostly if you want the more podcasty type situation, because we're building factories, failing at doing basic maths and fractions, and belts. Lots of belts.
Yeah, we just both had episodes called Belt Hell, so
yeah.
That's how that's going.
And also Twitch.tv/Enter Elysium. On Thursdays, I might be doing Borderlands. Is that still going, Lauren?
This
You muted.
week has been very busy for me. I should show you my calendar. I don't know. Let's talk.
Okay, it might be Bloodlines this Thursday then, and then Borderlands another time.
I'd like to play Borderlands, but I gotta figure out what my week schedule looks like. Sorry.
Fine. I've still got to design a trailer, so. And then Saturday, Satisfactory Multiplayer, where we break the player limit. And Tuesday, Mage, where people make interesting choices in our Mage game.
Probably the last ever episode, right?
Is it gone that bad?
It's gone pretty
bad. Yeah. They just decapitated one of their team members, so.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, and it's.
She's also the daughter of a mob boss who they've been working for, so it's worse than you can suspect.
Also, the big bad evil is currently standing in front of the thing that they need to win or whatever. We don't know.
I'm not even sure anymore. It's just a mess. But you've got really cool upgrades, so you might be able to save someone. We'll see. It's interesting. Cheapy is now going to be on his third character in about 4 sessions, so...
Mm-hmm.
Chaos.
Yeah. Anyway, so I'm going to go quickly to the tips. I don't know if we've got any today. We have... did you update correctly? I don't think you're updating correctly. But we have no tips today. So, thank you very much for all your bits and your gift subs and everything, everyone. We're going to record an after show. Hopefully you'll enjoy said after show. And yeah, thank you for all your support. It's been great. Thank you very much. We subsist and able to pay cast and everything based on your support. Majority of like all the monies and stuff is effectively wages. So thank you so much to everyone.
Did you thank the episode supporter or missed it?
And Kirby, yeah, Kirby, thank you very much.
Thank you, Kirby.
Thank you. Right. Until next time, though, may the dice roll over in your favor. And if they don't, you still get to mark potential.